Gagwadat vikijinjik, N.W.T jejit nakoljik, Nurit shrinjuju denu, Nukugagwadat natujik, Nianji jejik gotet nankat atagagonji, Jijunjit noe nanjit drindo thakanaja noshi, No chagwandu nuan uan chinli, Nitso aina chagwandu nuan gite in kutsat uan de chidali, Gagwandandan dai gwatsat noe de esro, Gu chagwandu gwatsat noe naunji, Guat unit sanali gagagwadat tai, Akagwanid shik, akoshik, injit, amen.
Thank you. Members, guests, please be seated. Welcome, everybody. Orders of the day. Budget address. Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, the Northwest Territories is a land of opportunity. We have a vast geography, a wealth of resources, and a population strengthened by incredible diversity. The 19th Legislative Assembly wants to see the Northwest Territories make the best possible use of all of our opportunities and resources, including the strength of our people. To achieve the 22 priorities that were set by all 19 members of this Assembly, these priorities stretch across all of our communities and are our shared vision for economic growth, environmental stewardship, and a healthy and better educated population. Réaliser ces priorités sera un travail de longue haleine.
Achieving these priorities will be a continuing journey that will outlast the life of the 19th Assembly, and this government must make decisions in a way that looks beyond 4 years to the next generation. We have a responsibility to put the Northwest Territories on a good path using our priorities as a guide and establishing a budget and a fiscal plan to achieve as much distance towards these priorities as possible.
It is easier to destroy than create. Think about an ice sculpture. Creating takes time. It requires patience. It succeeds with thoughtfulness and planning. This government wants to create a positive path forward for the future. Budget 2020 is a first step on a path towards our priorities, one for which we build relationships within our government, with our communities, and between governments. This budget proposes to spend almost $1.9 billion on programs and services in the coming year, and sets out further fiscal steps that will support progress on all 22 priorities. This budget is a foundation upon which we will create and build. Shortly, I will review the Northwest Territories' economic situation and outlook. I will describe some key drivers in our economy, as well as some of our challenges. Next, I will discuss our fiscal situation and strategy, which speaks to some of the direct impacts that government can have towards positively influencing our economic situation. I will then describe our planned revenues and expenditures for the next fiscal year and conclude with a discussion about next steps for the financial health and planning of the Northwest Territories. I want to make two comments about how this budget was prepared. First, this budget was a collective effort. It stretches back to the last Assembly when departments were working on their plans for the coming year. We are always building on work from prior Assemblies in a consensus government. In the relatively short time of 4 months since this Cabinet was formed, we have tried to chart a course, a more inclusive approach to financial policy setting that better engages all members. It is my intention to continue establishing opportunities throughout our processes for public dialogue and engagement with this Assembly. Evidence-based decision-making requires information and perspectives, and potential decisions should, where possible, be vetted by those impacted. I want to thank all members of this Assembly for their constructive ideas and work in building our financial plan for the next fiscal year and beyond. Second, in preparing this budget, we needed to take a realistic look at our fiscal challenges. Our immediate fiscal situation is not what was hoped in the last budget, but it is manageable. We are not in a crisis. This is a time for cautious optimism. Achieving the priorities of this Assembly will require a disciplined approach and a plan to ensure that we are getting value for the money that we are spending while preserving the ability to responsibly fund infrastructure needs in our communities and across the territory. Although this is next fiscal year's operating budget, the revenues projected in this budget must also partially pay for the 2020-21 capital budget that was approved last fall. More importantly, we must remember that we are on a longer journey, and the first step taken today in today's budget sets the direction for the financial plan over the next 4 years. Within our budget, we remain committed to responsible fiscal management. Just as this budget is meant to provide a stable starting point for the future of the 19th Assembly within a context of change, our approach to financial management is changing progressively to deliver a better product to serve the goals of this government. Part of this change includes the use of 4-year business plans instead of an isolated version each year. We will regularly return to the business plan to evaluate our progress and performance so that we will know if we are getting the results and value we expect for the money we spend. We will also be focusing resources to improve evaluation and monitoring of key performance measures across sectors and programs. Many of the programs and services that government delivers cannot be measured purely by numbers. Much of what we do provides a social return that is going to need a more nuanced measure. Our goal is to ensure not only that residents of the Northwest Territories get the best monetary value for their dollar, but that they get a positive social, cultural, educational, health, and economic return on our collective investment. The financial foundation for all our priorities is a vibrant and diverse economy. The macroeconomic policy framework is a set of measures used to assess the territory's economic performance over time. It shows the economy has not recovered to its pre-recession peak in 2007. We know that circumstances have changed since then. Political and economic uncertainty across the world can significantly impact our small resource-based economy. In 2019, the Northwest Territories economy is expected to have shrunk 4.3% due to declines in diamond production and private sector investment. Increases in government investment expenditures helped cushion the slowdown in private sector activity and save the economy from a more severe decline. Government infrastructure investments are the prime driver in a 3.4% increase in total private and public investment from 2019 to 2020. This year, economic growth is expected to improve, with real gross domestic product forecast to increase 3.8%. However, this growth will only partially offset the GDP decline from 2019, leaving the economy still smaller than it was 2 years ago. In short, the Northwest Territories economy is stable, but it is not growing. Economic stability does not describe the longer-term outlook. The diamond mining industry has been our economic engine for the last 2 decades. However, the industry has matured, and all existing Northwest Territories diamond mines could be closed by 2030, with the first one ceasing operations within the next 5 years. Possible expansions may allow one or more of the diamond mines to continue to operate. That remains uncertain, just as there is no certainty of finding new economically viable deposits. The closure of the diamond mines will result in a large drop in economic output, and there are no other confirmed projects on the horizon large enough to fill this gap. The role government can play in supporting economic growth should not be underestimated. Strategic infrastructure investments are key to supporting future economic growth and to supporting our people to be the drivers of that growth. The Canadian economy is in the midst of restructuring towards a more digital and service-centred economy, and we want the Northwest Territories to be contributing members as this evolves. The N.W.T has already invested in the basic infrastructure for a more digital economy with the Mackenzie Valley Fibre Link that gives better access to the global digital economy and countless new opportunities for Northerners. Government spending on programs, goods and services will provide stability to the economy by supporting Northern businesses, local wages and household consumption. Public infrastructure investments such as roads, bridges, power corridors and communications networks, as well as schools, hospitals and community facilities, will contribute to higher standards of living for Northerners. and to improve private sector business cases for future investments. Investing in physical and social infrastructure sets the Northwest Territories up for economic growth tomorrow. We will be guided by the principle that the expenditure of our public funds maximizes economic benefits to residents and local economies and supports northern business. Madam Speaker, our fiscal situation is not dire. However, unexpected revenue declines mean that the previous fiscal strategy objectives to increase fiscal capacity and eliminate the cash deficit were not achieved. We are expecting our operations budget from 2019-20 to show a deficit of $70 million. And although this is quite a distance from the $60 million operating surplus projected in last year's budget, over one-third of the revenue loss is due to a reallocation of federal transfers for infrastructure projects from the 2019-20 fiscal year to 2020-21. In 2020-21, our operating budget is projected to show a surplus of $203 million. Over the next 4 years, we are currently projecting that average annual revenue growth will be greater than operating expenditure growth, which allows us to project operating surpluses for the entire Assembly. However, after this year, the operating surpluses will start to decline, dropping to $147 million in 2021-22, $116 million in 2022-23, and then to $3 million in 2023-24. An operating surplus is only one part of our total financial picture. The operating budget is mainly the funding of day-to-day programs and services provided by government. The capital budget is where we show the funding of large-scale investments in infrastructure projects. Without a surplus in our operating budget, there is no cash available to put into our capital budget to pay for infrastructure investments. The less cash available from an operating surplus, the more we would have to borrow to continue to invest in capital projects. In the not-too-distant past, the Government of the Northwest Territories made large investments to help connect our communities with improved transportation networks, such as highways, roads, bridges, and airports. Large public investment has enhanced energy and communications infrastructure and built health facilities and schools. Despite these efforts, the Northwest Territories remains in a significant infrastructure deficit compared to much of the rest of Canada. Many communities have no road access, limited internet connectivity, and rely on diesel to generate heat and power. Several of our communities have small and aging school facilities that accommodate only 1 or 2 teachers to cover classes from kindergarten to grade 12. The Northwest Territories' core housing need is among the highest in Canada. Surpluses in the operating budgets are not large enough on their own to support the kind of large-scale investments we need to catch the Northwest Territories up to a similar level of infrastructure seen elsewhere in Canada. Borrowing has been and will remain necessary to make strategic infrastructure investments. Remaining fiscally responsible includes managing our debt. Our debt level is approaching the federally imposed borrowing limit of $1.3 billion. And current projections show that we will be over that limit by 2021-22. The Department of Finance uses a variety of measures to assess our debt level and ensure that we continue to use debt responsibly. We have the fiscal capacity to higher handle debt levels, and discussions are underway with Finance Canada to raise the limit to provide more flexibility for long-term planning. When it comes to developing our fiscal strategy, our focus is on the future. What we want is the ability to enhance fiscal resources to advance the 22 priorities of this Assembly. First, using today's current estimates, the fiscal strategy provides an initial allocation of $25 million over the life of the 19th Assembly to advance towards our mandate priorities, starting with $10 million in 2020-21. Over the next few weeks, we will be working with members to allocate this funding. Second, we will continue to build on our relationship with the federal government to take advantage of funding opportunities to advance our priorities, such as housing investments. We will also be looking for more flexibility than the usual 75-25 approach to cost sharing. And third, we will seek opportunities for collaboration with other governments to advance shared priorities. This government does not want to compete for resources with other organizations within the Northwest Territories. We will work with Indigenous governments across the Northwest Territories to advance projects that benefit all of our people. And finally, we are looking for creative, low or no-cost initiatives to improve fiscal planning, including four-year business plans, to bring the longer-term horizon into view, and we will rely on increased program evaluation to bring more value for our dollars spent. The N.W.T will undertake strategic reviews to ensure programs and services are meeting expectations and that budgeted expenditures for these programs are properly aligned with our mandate and all additional revenue options are considered. And further, we are seeking an increase to the borrowing limit for better flexibility while maintaining a level of debt that is affordable. We have already begun to engage the federal government and remind them that the Northwest Territories is a fiscally responsible jurisdiction with much opportunity but also long-standing gaps. We can only succeed in increasing the limit if we demonstrate responsible and strategic spending. Investments will need to be modest and reflect our expected revenue growth over the next 4 years. From a fiscal perspective, we believe that more effective and sometimes more flexible use of our existing programs and services will provide better value for the public money that we are spending. We expect to improve performance while reducing costs so that we can free up fiscal resources to help close the infrastructure gap that exists across our communities without over-reliance on debt. The cost of living is high in the Territory, especially within small communities where average incomes are lower. Budget 2020 introduces no new taxes. We will be reviewing our tax regime in tandem with Standing Committee, and we are developing a plan to engage the people of the Northwest Territories in a dialogue about government revenues. Together, we will continue to explore ways to increase our own source revenues without an undue burden on our residents and businesses. The Northwest Territories is at the forefront of climate change, with the impacts of rising average global temperatures being more pronounced here than in other parts of the world, affecting permafrost, ice road seasons, and forest fires. Carbon pricing was developed as a response to the federal proposal and implemented as part of a Made in the North approach to encourage greenhouse gas emissions. Effective July 1st, federally mandated carbon taxes will increase to $30 per ton of greenhouse gas emissions as part of our legislated commitment to carbon pricing under the Pan-Canadian framework. This means a tax rate increase of 2.3 cents per litre on gasoline and 2.7 cents per litre on diesel fuel. In lockstep with the carbon tax increase, the cost of living offset will increase to $156 per year for an individual and $180 per year for a child on July 1st. The cost of living offset payments are made quarterly, except for single individuals who will receive a lump sum in July because their quarterly payments would be less than $50. Budget 2020 proposes almost $11 million in spending for residents and businesses for the cost of living offset, heating rebates, large emitters rebates and grants, and rebates for electricity producers to mitigate the impact on the cost of living due to the carbon tax. Madam Speaker, we propose to spend $1.896 billion in this budget. We mapped out the proposed budget, starting with the blueprint of last year's budget. Departments worked hard to find $15 million to reallocate. We also partnered with the federal government for $29 million in new federal funding for some projects. This effort gives us the flexibility to fund $94 million in additional spending. We are investing $39 million of this new spending in our public service to conclude the last collective bargaining agreements. The remainder of the additional funds are proposed to adjust departments' budgets to better reflect their spending needs, to deliver on partnership agreements with Canada, and to add $6 million in funds for initiatives started in the last Assembly. Based on current fiscal forecasts, we will set aside at least $25 million over the term of this government to advance this Assembly's priorities. The proposed amount for 2020-21 will be submitted through a supplementary appropriation after the main estimates have been approved by the Assembly. We will be more collaborative and more strategic in how we approach delivering on our mandate that comes from this Assembly's priorities. Providing quality health care and social services that are comparable to what other Canadians receive will always be a key consideration in budget planning. The Department of Health and Social Services has a proposed budget of over $500 million, with $18 million of enhancements and adjustments introduced this year. Budget 2020 includes $10 million for supporting well-being through the recently amended Northern Wellness Agreement with the federal government. This means more health and wellness programming in our communities in collaboration with Indigenous Services Canada. With the opening of the Stanton Territorial Hospital last year, we have created a facility that will serve us for many years and will be administered through an agreement with Boreal Health Partners. More functions are becoming operational, and Budget 2020 proposes adding $2.6 million for a wide range of operations and ongoing funding. This funding will support 51 positions to help patients, including 15 behavioral health workers, 9 positions in the medicine unit, 5 staff for processing medical devices, 4 positions in each of the emergency triage department and day procedures unit, and 3 for rehabilitation services. Through partnership and collaboration with the federal government, we are leveraging our ability to provide health care, and this budget delivers $2.1 million in spending over several areas of health. These include mental health and addictions, home and community care, cannabis awareness, emergency treatment, climate change and health adaptation, improving wellness and aftercare plans for cancer patients and survivors, supporting our participation in the Pan-Canadian Pharmaceutical Alliance, and enhancing seasonal flu monitoring. There are infrastructure deficits across all of our communities. Infrastructure includes all of the physical structures needed to support our programs and services. Our hospitals and health facilities care for people to get back on their feet. Our schools provide the space for education received by students. Our roads allow all residents and businesses the ability to grow our economy by moving goods and labor to where they are in demand, and while allowing also ambulances and first responders access to emergencies. Transportation links us across this territory through a network of airports and runways of not only concrete, but also ice on rivers and lakes. Our laboratories, warehouses, parks, fire monitoring stations and towers, and all other government buildings and assets are ultimately to support the health, safety, and well-being of our people. We have a rich, diverse, and expansive terrain, which creates a challenge for serving our many small communities. The territory continues to lag the rest of Canada in terms of infrastructure, with the oldest average age in the country. By investing in the territory, infrastructure has the ability to lower the cost of living and develop the economy at the same time by creating multiple benefits across several sectors and departments to make the Northwest Territories a better place to live and work. The Department of Infrastructure has a proposed budget of $275 million, which includes $10 million of new spending this year. As part of a larger strategy for care, 72 new long-term beds at this old Stanton Hospital will be supported with $4 million of new funding. Proposed spending enhancements of $2.2 million provide for operations of new buildings, including the new Stanton Hospital, the Hay River Fish Plant, biomass heating plants in schools in Hay River and Aklavik, and a laboratory and warehouse in Fort Simpson. Investment in the Inuvik-Tuktoyaktuk Highway has increased the use of the Dempster Highway from kilometer 0 to 272 of Highway 8, and Budget 2020 proposes an enhancement of $659,000 for ongoing upkeep to support people seeking adventure in our spectacular north. This budget introduces a permafrost data management and analytical system for both highways through Transport Canada funding under the Northern Transportation Adaptation Initiative for $309,000. There is a proposed $250,000 to support the Lafferty Ferry over the Liard and the Dooley River over the Mackenzie River. and the Dooley Ferry over the Mackenzie River. Resources from the federal government's Low Carbon Economy Leadership Fund to address climate change will allow us to allocate $2.4 million in the infrastructure budget, with $300,000 put towards increased funding for the Arctic Energy Alliance and its programs, which would bring its total funding to $5.8 million. And the remainder will go to approved projects that get underway this year. Given the investment of previous assemblies, a proposed $4.5 million is recommended for the Department of Finance for interest costs related mainly to short-term borrowing, which has advanced our ability to take advantage of cost-shared capital funding offered by the federal government to invest in the territory's infrastructure with favorable financing. Finance, working with other departments, is improving the way Northwest Territories residents and businesses can access government services through a better and expanded online portal that covers a range of departmental services. Budget 2020 proposes $337,000 to complete the implementation of a single, secure online portal for existing services across departments and to bring 40 more licenses and permits to the platform. The people of the Northwest Territories have a proud history as stewards of the land. We all share a responsibility to ensure our environment is healthy for present and future generations. Budget 2020 introduces additional funding of $8 million for the Department of Environment and Natural Resources within a proposed budget of almost $100 million. In an ongoing effort to establish protected areas, this budget allocates $175,000 of additional funding to monitor more candidate area sites. An additional $2 million is proposed to support our forest fire suppression air tanker fleet to be better prepared for wildfire outbreaks. As part of the environmental assessment of the Inuvik-Tuktoyaktuk Highway, $45,000 is proposed to fulfill commitments to support the wildlife monitoring program that will expand our understanding of the impact of roads on wildlife and can be applied to future projects. Budget 2020 allocates Environment and Natural Resources with $1.4 million for conservation and recovery of the Bathurst and Bluenose East barren ground caribou herds. There is $960,000 to support boreal caribou range planning in Budget 2020 under the conservation agreement with the federal government, with $897,000 proposed under Environment and Natural Resources and $63,000 under Department of Lands. Budget 2020 also recommends $3.5 million in funding for advancing activities under 3 Challenge Nature Fund agreements with the federal government, much of which is for the N.W.T and Indigenous governments to collaboratively establish, manage and monitor Taidenenene and Tsudenile Tuyita, which are new territorial protected areas, and Dinaga Wekhodi, which is currently a candidate protected area. These 4-year agreements, with a total of $11 million in funding, will also support the conservation economy and job creation in small communities. Budget 2020 includes $23 million for the Department of Lands for ongoing work to manage, administer and plan for the sustainable use of public land, fairly and transparently, to reflect the interests of our people now and for generations to come. The Department of Justice delivers the Integrated Case Management Program. ICM breaks down silos with project collaboration between Health and Social Services, Education, Culture and Employment, Northwest Territories Health and Social Services Authority staff, the Stanton Hospital, and the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation. It is an example of government reimagining existing resources to support better outcomes for people. It empowers them with knowledge and is an innovative solution that delivers results. Most of the people accepted in the program have gone through a life-changing crisis before admission, and 70% of them live with mental health challenges. Many program participants are referred to the program to address housing needs, a foundational aspect of the program. More than half of them are experiencing homelessness or precarious housing. Pathfinders are the backbone of the program. They work alongside clients, help navigate systems, and even sit in on appointments between clients and government service providers. The outcomes for participants are tangible, such as secure housing, as well as the intangible, such as the self-confidence it gives participants who gain greater independence once they understand how to effectively access the supports they need. ICM is also tasked with identifying barriers that participants have faced so that departments can collaborate to remove those barriers for all service users. Budget 2020 allocates $827,000 towards ongoing funding to make ICM a permanent program. The participating departments will move to get forward together to make the best use of the knowledge and experience about accessing government programs that is being gathered through this program. Budget 2020 also proposes $240,000 for the Victim Services Program that directly funds entirely to community-based organizations that provide victim service supports. A strong education system for all stages of childhood development is one of the cornerstones on which to build the future of the Northwest Territories. Budget 2020 proposes $340 million in spending for the second largest department, Education, Culture and Employment. Budget 2020 continues to implement the Specialized Territorial Support Team for Schools with $319,000 in new funding for mental health and speech and language therapists, bringing this specialist team to 5 members. This budget continues to improve the Northern curricula with $129,000 of new funding to support resource development about Northern issues and to create assessment tools for credential recognition of this curricula beyond our borders for students applying for post-secondary opportunities, and also to provide training for our teachers to deliver this material. Budget 2020 also proposes an ongoing funding increase for education authorities of $269,000 for student transportation to catch up with actual expenditures. Another successful and innovative program that is expanding is Northern Distance Learning. Funding of $604,000 is proposed to bring Northern Distance Learning to 5 more schools and provide access to more students, as well as enhancements and funding for the equipment needed. Northern Distance Learning harnesses technology to improve student learning opportunities across all of our communities with video conferencing and online tools linked to high schools in regional centres. The program is helping high school students achieve academic success without having to leave their home community. To support the processing of information requests related to day school settlement records, $129,000 is dedicated to a student records coordinator. This coordinator will help former day school students get the compensation to which they are entitled under the March 2019 class action suit settlement with the federal government. The N.W.T is dedicated to creating a prosperous and sustainable Northern economy, and the Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment has a proposed budget of $60 million to that end. Spending proposed in Budget 2020 includes an increase of $758,000 to promote economic growth. Budget 2020 is proposing $250,000 to support implementing socioeconomic agreements that will facilitate mine developments in the Decho and Clecho regions. To promote economic diversity and nurture a growing tourism sector, $176,000 is dedicated to support increased activity in the Beaufort Delta region from the Inuvik-Tuk highway traffic, and $92,000 is dedicated to improving public safety along the Ingram Trail for aurora viewing in North Slave Parks. The responsibility for Northern governance and decision-making often spans more than one department, and that includes offshore oil and gas negotiations. Budget 2020 puts forth $825,000 to support resource management under the Pan-Territorial Vision for Sustainable Development, with $705,000 allocated to the Department of the Executive and Indigenous Affairs and $60,000 for each of Environment and Natural Resources and Industry, Tourism and Investment. The Northwest Territories Housing Corporation is proposing a total operating budget of $109.2 million in 2020-21 to support the corporation's mandate, which includes $4.2 million of additional spending to promote housing partnerships, homeownership, and the preservation of the public housing program. During the term of the 19th Assembly, the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation will continue to work with 33 communities towards the development of community housing plans that include local and community-based strategies and solutions to guide the adaptation of existing housing and the development of future housing in each community. Further, the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation will work with people currently in public housing who may have the resources to become homeowners through the New Home program and through the sale of public housing. We will also address housing affordability through the Canada Housing Benefit, a new national portable housing benefit program designed to address housing affordability. We recognize the need for an increased supply of affordable housing in the Territory. To move forward, we look to housing partnership programming, such as the Community Housing Support Initiative, that will support local and Indigenous governments and community partners in developing unique housing approaches. Additional opportunities can be found in the National Housing Co-Investment Fund, with $60 million allocation for the Northwest Territories housing projects. Recognizing the great need of people who are experiencing or are at risk of homelessness, we are developing the N.W.T homelessness strategy to ensure that the N.W.T investments in and actions on homelessness are aligned, consistent, and effective. Having set a foundation for government operations, I would like to say a few words about our immediate next steps. The next task is to review and analyze how we use this $1.9 billion budget, not only to deliver good governance day to day, but also to advance initiatives in support of the 19th Legislative Assembly's priorities. To do this, we will take a whole-of-government approach and try to avoid pitting one set of needs against another. We must find ways to advance all of our priorities, recognizing that different regions, communities, and people within those communities will have different needs. Recognizing and balancing the many needs of a diverse society is one of the roles of government. It is a challenge, but also an opportunity to showcase consensus government by working with all members of this Assembly. We will also be working on a more consistent approach to evaluate programs and services. All departments will be involved in performance measure development and monitoring to ensure that we are getting optimal returns on our investments. We expect that a more systemic approach should help achieve more value from the expenditures and improve evaluation of our service levels. And last but far from least, we will change the way that the government does business. There will always be risks in the world, and our government recognizes that there are risks around us and challenges ahead. We acknowledge that our economy has slowed, our fiscal resources are limited, and much of our physical and technological infrastructure still needs to catch up to the rest of Canada. National and international conditions are continuously changing. However, having acknowledged those risks and challenges, we believe that changing our approach on how to deliver government services will help us prepare for whatever new challenges the future may bring. We will not be afraid to take risks, because risk is where the opportunities arise. We will not be stalled in fear that decisions, proposals, solutions, or new programs may not deliver as hoped. We will have the courage to start taking measured risks with incremental evaluation of our efforts. We will remain engaged with our residents in order to be more responsive and proactive. And to achieve this goal may require a cultural shift to harness the ingenuity of our public service and our communities. We will build a culture of creativity and innovation within our administration, our public service, and hopefully across the Northwest Territories. This does not require millions of dollars of new investment, but it will take relationships built on trust, communication, and respect. Fortunately, we start in a position of strength, given the good work done today in and out of our public service. The cultural shift will also need to start from the top, with each of us in Cabinet and in the 19th Assembly, leading with integrity and courage and solving problems creatively and collaboratively. My commitment to this Assembly was a commitment to people, building relationships, and understanding the stories of others. I have learned that the budget process is a year-long endeavour, and with the shift to 4-year business plans, it will be important to hear from different perspectives throughout our term. And while the message of Budget 2020 is largely one of stability, that is not the message of the 19th Assembly. The message from this Assembly is found in its priorities, and we will take measurable actions using a collaborative approach to achieve our mandate. This Assembly is one that listens to each other and its constituents and will reach out to stakeholders for feedback. We may have differences of opinion, but these conversations are the true strength of consensus government. Through collaboration, we will achieve more creative problem solving. With more creative problem solving, we can achieve more responsive and effective results. Establishing performance measures helps evaluate the success of our work so that our resources are used effectively. Making this approach the way we do business and govern will show the world that the Northwest Territories is a premier destination to live, with a positive economic future, strong educational opportunities for our children, quality health care, a respectful approach to honouring our lands, water and wildlife, and collaborative relationships with Indigenous governments based on our commitment to reconciliation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Members, before we break for a short reception in the Great Hall, I'd like to recognize a few visitors in the gallery. Mr. Anthony W.J. Whitford, former Commissioner, Speaker, Minister, Member, Sergeant-at-Arms, Honorary Clerk at the table. Mr. Tom Bolio, former Minister and Member. Mr. Kieran Testart, former Member. Patrick Rubin, Chair of the N.W.T Development Corporation. Denny Rogers, the Director of Business Development at N.W.T Development Corporation, as well as Patricia Chaychuk, Clerk of the Manitoba Legislative Assembly. Thank you. We will now take a short break, and I welcome you all to the Great Hall for a reception.
Minister statements. Minister statements. Member statements. Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, on May 11, 2016, the minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Power Corporation announced that the N.W.T would examine options for the future governance of NTPC. As a first step, responsible Minister Louis Siebert revoked the appointments of the NTPC Public Board of Directors and appointed a new board made up of N.W.T deputy ministers. A press release issued that day said, quote, "Appointing deputy ministers to the board will eliminate approximately $1 million costs annually," unquote. Minister Siebert was also quoted as saying, "The decision is part of our government's broader work to address the cost of living. The N.W.T continues to provide a significant level of direct financial support to NTPC, and the Auditor General has recently changed its accounting classification to recognize its more direct relationship to the government. Given these factors, it's worth examining governance options for the corporation," unquote. When the 19th Assembly took office, the deputy ministers who were no longer working for the N.W.T also ceased to serve on this NTPC Board of Directors. They were replaced on the board by a fresh crop of DMs late last year. On February 5th, the current minister responsible for NTPC told this House, quote, "They are actually not deputy ministers sitting on the board. They are actually regular people in there working together with government, with the Power Corporation," unquote. Mr. Speaker, the last time regular people served on the NTPC Board of Directors was in 2016, when the government dissolved the public board. Under the previous government, deputy ministers were put on the NTPC board for a specific purpose, which was to carry out the task of determining governance options for the NTPC on behalf of the N.W.T. What I would like to know, and what the people of N.W.T deserve to know, is what work has been done in this. Later today, I will have questions for the minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Power Corp. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes. Member statements. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to pay tribute to Mrs. Rita Rowe, a long-term resident of Hay River who, surrounded by family, passed away peacefully on February 14th in Hay River. Rita was born on June 22nd, 1935, on a small farm in Lonesome Pine, Alberta, to Mary and Arthur Lockhart. She was the youngest daughter with 14 siblings. When Rita was just 12 years old, her mother passed away, resulting in Rita going to live with her sister in Edmonton. At the young age of 16, Rita went looking for work, which found her on a plane heading to Yellowknife. Her adventure was just beginning. Her first job was working as a waitress at the Busy Bee Cafe, where she became lifetime friends with Patricia Rowe. Christmas arrived in Yellowknife and Rita had no plans, so Patricia suggested Rita spend Christmas at the Rowe House. This is where Rita met Bill, her husband-to-be, and the rest is the journey of their life. Rita and Bill were married on January 2nd, 1953 in Peace River, however lived in Berwyn, Alberta. While living in Berwyn, Bill and Rita traveled back and forth to Saskatchewan to work in the oil field. Soon after, they came north where they ran a garage and restaurant and enterprise until it was destroyed by fire. It was then Rita and Bill decided to move to Hay River, where Bill had BJ Motors and Rita worked at raising her family of 6. In 1963, Rita was diagnosed with TB and, along with 2 of her children, had to go to a hospital in Edmonton for treatment. It was a very hard time for the family, but Rita always had a positive outlook on life. Rita worked tirelessly, volunteering with figure skating, Royal Purple, and hockey groups to ensure that goals were achieved and fun was had by all. Rita enjoyed organizing figure skating auctions to make sure ice time was paid for and that coaches were in place. In 1976, Bill and Rita headed south to take over the Rowe family farm. Rita loved the farm and always had time to visit with neighbors, work the garden, and prepare for family visits. She instilled honesty, integrity, and hard work in each of her children. In 2013, Rita and her family proudly celebrated 100 years of homesteading on the farm. Mrs. Rita Rowe is sadly missed by her family and the residents of Hay River. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Hay River South. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Trinity-Willoughby.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to share some remarks regarding the large oil sands mining project known as Teck Frontier, which as of 2 days ago has been officially withdrawn by Teck Resources Limited. Mr. Speaker, the news of the decision, in my view, is positive. The adverse environmental impacts that this project would have brought to our territory would have been felt for generations. We, here in N.W.T, have been feeling the impacts of the oil sands development for many years already. We've seen the impacts it had on our waterways, our interconnected lakes and rivers that flow from the Athabasca River near Fort McMurray, all the way north through the Slave River and into the Great Slave Lake, Tuneta. The water quality along these waterways has diminished, and in some cases the volume of water flowing through has decreased. Mr. Speaker, along with these effects on water, there are also major concern for the impacts to wildlife, such as fish, moose, caribou, and others. These two areas concerned have also exponentially impacted many nearby First Nations and other Indigenous groups to hunt and trap on their own lands. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the withdrawal of the Teck Frontier Mine is a reawakening of corporate, social, and environmental responsibility for this country. Big business, especially multinational corporations, need to work with Indigenous governments all across Canada before any major projects are moved forward, and to ensure that there are benefits for all parties that are impacted. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the Alberta N.W.T Trans-Boundary Water Agreement should have played a larger role and more active role in regards to Teck Frontier mine consultations. One of the core tenets of that agreement states clearly, among other main objectives, that both parties must work, quote, to maintain the ecological integrity of trans-boundary watery ecosystems, end quote. If Teck Mine had gone through with development, I seriously doubt that the ecological integrity of our lands and waters would have been upheld, which begs the question. If our government's participation in such agreements does not bear any fruit for our territory's interest, then why be a part of them? I also have a problem with the lack of participation by Indigenous governments in enacting this water agreement. Why do they only receive observer statuses with this agreement as opposed to be fully active participants to this agreement? I see many problems with that approach, and I hope we can be more inclusive with our Indigenous partners when it comes to major decisions like this. Mr. Speaker, I'll have questions for the Minister responsible shortly.
Thank you, member for Trinity-Willoughby. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Kamloops.
Mr. Speaker, the 413-kilometre Slave Geological Province Road has a $1 billion price tag. That's $2.4 million per kilometre. So, Mr. Speaker, for the cost of a quarter-kilometre of road, we could have housed 42 of our territory's homeless. Almost a year ago, the Yellowknife Women's Society began discussions with the City of Yellowknife and the N.W.T about reopening the Arnica Inn to provide 42 transitional housing units for the homeless clientele of the Yellowknife Women's Society. The vast majority of these people are Indigenous single men or women displaced from smaller communities across the N.W.T and Nunavut. So, Mr. Speaker, this project is a territorial project. The proposed co-funding agreement was a partnership. It was proposed that CMHC would contribute $2.6 million, the GNWT $660,000, and the Yellowknife Women's Society would run the facility. The need for transitional housing is there. 75% of the funding is there. The support to administer this project is there. So, Mr. Speaker, why are we not there? In December, the Housing Minister acknowledged that we have a housing crisis in the Northwest Territories. The government's newly minted mandate calls for an increase in adequate, affordable and suitable housing and commits to working with partners to increase funding for housing programs. Despite this, application made by the Yellowknife Women's Society was denied by CMHC. Why? Because the GNWT does not support this project. To make matters worse, this government failed to communicate with its potential partners. The GNWT has known about this project for almost a year. Every Yellowknife MLA was told of this plan during election, and 100% of us were in support of this project.
Apparently, the GNWT failed to support this project. Apparently, the Yellowknife Women's Society was not advised, and apparently keeping members of this House adequately informed was also neglected. Based on the normal 20-year half-life of a building, this project would have provided housing for homeless people at less than $60 a month. Today, I want answers, Mr. Speaker. How did we get to this point? How did the Housing Minister fail to adequately communicate with the Women's Society and regular MLAs? And most importantly, why has the GNWT chosen not to support this project that would have housed 42 of our homeless for the cost of a quarter-kilometre of road? As the 19th Legislative Assembly, we committed to investing in relationships and better communication. Mr. Speaker, we owe better to each other and to the people we serve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I'd like to thank the Minister of Environment and Natural Resources for the invitation to the GNWT Government of Nunavut Research and Management meeting on Barren Ground Caribou that was held this past Saturday. There were many Indigenous government leaders at the meeting, including the Tlicho Chiefs, Wet'suwet'en Dene First Nation Chief, Yellowknife's Dene First Nation Chiefs, North Slave Métis Alliance representatives, and also leaders from Nunavut, including Premier Joe Savic-Katak, Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated Vice President James Ituluk, and others. There are many staff and researchers from these organizations as well. Forgive me if I've not recognized everyone. There were a series of technical presentations on the status of several barren ground caribou herds, including Bathurst and Blue Nose East, management proposals and recommendations, and some discussion of other issues. It would have been helpful to have heard a little more about what is happening in Nunavut, especially with regard to habitat protection. It was very good to hear that the government of Nunavut has proposed a harvesting moratorium on the Bathurst caribou herd to the Nunavut Wildlife Management Board, as there continues to be up to 30 bulls taken each year on their side of the border. General concerns were raised about communications and agreement to improve this within the Northwest Territories and across the border with Nunavut too. A number of specific concerns were also raised. For example, it is not clear who and how decisions will be made around aerial shooting of wolves should traditional harvesters not reach the desired targets. There was also frustration at the lack of progress on habitat protection and need for restrictions on industry while harvesters have gone without caribou for more than 5 years. I want to acknowledge that this was a useful continuation of the working relationships among Indigenous governments and public governments. There was also agreement to have further meetings with traditional harvesters and elders present, more information about the various plans and activities and how they relate to each other. I hope I can be part of that process. I'll have questions later today for the Minister of Environment and Natural Resources on some of the issues that arose at the meeting. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Mumphy.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the asin tleke ko tai zagun ne ke ata khozon ke dung khonai theole ki khola ni zon ke ata gion yagu gi da zon das ma ke zon ke ade ata sen ne ke ade da don chon zon sma ke na ke de ode ke ge the hon ti zon han zo ai wo zon ke ha ya tia da fon de. Mr. Speaker, this Valentine's Day, with many people receiving chocolates and flowers from their sweethearts, the Yellowknife Women's Society received a very better present indeed. The Women's Society was told by Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation that it would not receive funding for a social housing conversion project dear to the hearts of many Yellowknifers, and dear also to the hearts of the people in my riding of Montfi. The Arnica Inn project would have provided small, self-contained apartments of 42 out of 338 disadvantaged people, Mr. Speaker, who are currently living without housing in Yellowknife, many of whom come from my hometown of Bishopcombe and Murphy Riding. Mr. Speaker, the reason Canada Mortgage Housing Corporation turned down the application was that Northwest Territories Housing Corporation was not prepared to contribute its required 25% of the capital cost, an amount totaling $660,000. For that trifling sum, we could have leveraged upwards of $4 million from the federal funding for homeless Northerners. Mr. Speaker, our share spread over the projects of 42 self-contained apartments would have cost this government $16,000 per unit, Mr. Speaker. You would think that a government that cares about homelessness would jump to such a great deal. Yet, astoundingly, the Territorial Housing Corporation didn't respond to the Society's request for support, let alone offer to help. Mr. Speaker, this raises questions in the House from the public as well about the concerns of people living out on the streets in Yellowknife, capital city of Yellowknife. So I intend to question the Minister of Housing at a later time regarding this very important matter for my constituencies. Masi.
Thank you, Member for Mumphy. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm also going to hop on this train. The Arnica Inn, an example of how not to govern. By my count, every single Yellowknife MLA and my colleague beside me supported this project. During the election, the City of Yellowknife supported this project. In fact, I don't remember talking to a single person opposed to this project. And then, once we get elected, this project seemingly does not go through because the N.W.T did not support it. Furthermore, I find out that we don't support this project due to the mayor and the executive director of the Women's Society informing me, and CMHC ultimately informing them. This was a clear breakdown in communication, Mr. Speaker. The Housing Corporation is a Crown corporation. It is supposed to be arm's length from government, but it is not supposed to be arm's length from the minister responsible for the Housing Corporation. It is not supposed to be arm's length from democratically elected members of this legislature. Mr. Speaker, I struggle to know why this occurred. I will have questions for the minister responsible for the Housing Corporation. But I believe there's a larger problem here. Our N.W.T. Housing Corporation is extremely risk-averse. They are so afraid of the 2038 deadline of losing funding from CMHC that they fail to put new units on the ground. We speak of partnerships, we speak of ending homelessness, and this was a project that checked all of those boxes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we need a minister responsible for the Housing Corporation who has a bold vision, who is willing to take the risks, and who's willing to address our housing crisis. Mr. Speaker, it is now the responsibility of that minister to repair the relationship with the members who supported this project, to repair the relationship with the Women's Society, to repair the relationship with the City of Yellowknife, and most importantly, to give some hope to our most vulnerable citizens who on the streets of Yellowknife, who come from all across this territory, that they will have housing, that there is some plan in place that ultimately addresses this. Mr. Speaker, from where I was standing and where I stand now, this project made complete sense. I will have questions for the minister responsible for the N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Nunukput.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Best practices in governance in territorial corporations. Mr. Speaker, the Crown corporations are set up to manage government enterprises run like businesses. These government-owned corporations operate at the arm's length of the government. Both Northwest Territories Power Corporation and the Aurora Colleges are established in legislation as territorial corporations. What else can they have in common? In both cases, Mr. Speaker, the N.W.T. has dissolved both public boards and tasked them that was tasked on running them. In May 2016, the Minister responsible for NTPC revoked appointments. The Board of Directors replaced and boarded to save $1 million to put towards cost of living for the people of Northwest Territories. In June 2017, Minister of Education, Culture and Employment appointed administrator to Aurora Colleges. The website says the administrator would, quote, temporarily replace the board and assume responsibilities Mr. Speaker, whenever the GNWT eliminates public boards or municipal governments or municipal council or public governance structure, they are limiting the voice of the public, Mr. Speaker. We also lose the experience, expertise, the different perspectives of members of public to bring forward to the boards that they serve on. This is done by extreme caution for the shortest possible time period. I question whether the main reason of pulling the NTPC board was to consider governance operations to save $1 million, or almost 4 years now. What's taking so long, Mr. Speaker? When are they going to see the proof and the progress at the money that they're saving? For Aurora College, the termination of the expert hired to oversee the work that makes the question whether timely progress is being made on that project too. Mr. Speaker, the GNWT needs to move quickly to complete these reviews to let the governance models are going to be put into place that the member of this Assembly. Mr. Speaker, we have to hold the government accountable in these positions. I'd have questions for the Premier at the appropriate time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Nunukput. Member statements. Member statements. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize at this time Jermaine Michelle from Hay River. She's chaperone here with two of the pages that are from Hay River South. And I'd also like to recognize the pages, which are Rochelle Sabrin and Joseph Arcan. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Hay River South. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Nunukput.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to welcome my constituency assistant that just started working with me, Mr. Vince Teddy. Welcome to the Assembly. I'm really honored to be working with him for the people of Nunukput, Mr. Speaker. Also, I'd like to welcome Dan Grubin from my home community of Tuktoyaktuk and Denny Rogers. Thank you and welcome to the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Nunukput. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Nahende.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize the Deputy Mayor, Kathy Kochia, who is on her way up to the N.W.T meetings. She's from Fort Liard, and I think it's first or second time she's been here, so I'd like to thank her for being here. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Nahende. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize a constituent of mine, Mr. Denny Rogers, and also another, Patrick Dan Grubin. He was my constituent, and he moved to the other side, but I'm hoping to get him back soon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Hay River North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize Mr. Denny Rogers, the administrator for Aurora College. He's doing a fine job filling in for the board and keeping us all accountable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Hay River North. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Nuvik-Boot Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize Patrick Dane Grubman. He's a constituent of mine in the Nuvik-Boot Lake, and thank you.
Thank you, member for Nuvik-Boot Lake. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Yellowknife Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd also like to acknowledge Denny Rogers, who's the chair of my department of the BDIC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, member for Great Slave. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Members, I'd like to welcome Mr. Anthony W.J. Whitford, former Commissioner, Speaker, Minister, Member, Sergeant of Arms, and Honorary Clerk at the table. Also, my constituency assistant, Liz Wright. Also, Patrick Dang Grubin, Chair of the New Adult Development Corp. Also, Denny Rogers, Director of Northern Affairs with the Inevaluate Development Corp, and Mr. Vince Teddy. Also, former member Kieran Testard. And also, if we have missed anyone in the gallery today, welcome to the chamber, and I hope you're enjoying our proceedings. It's always nice to have an audience with us today. Thank you. Replies to the budget address. Replies to the budget address. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of standing and special committees. Reports of standing and special committees. Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral questions. Acknowledgments. Acknowledgments. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions today are for the Housing Minister. I'm wondering if the Housing Minister can let us know when the Housing Corporation decided not to support the project of the Arnica Inn.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Mr. Speaker. The project for Arnica Inn and the N.W.T Housing Corporation, I'd like to elaborate on it a little bit, is that the Arnica Inn was advised to submit an application to CMHC. And once that application is approved and it's going forward and it's supported by CMHC, and the N.W.T Housing Corporation would have followed up after. We have gotten a letter from the CMHC that was addressed to the Yellowknife Women's Society, and they were given the instruction to resubmit their application, and that needs to be on that application, and the that would meet the affordable criteria for Yellowknife, and that the long-term viability was not demonstrated. So I would strongly encourage the Women's Society to go forward with the application and resubmit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just so that I'm on the same page then, the government did not support the project of the Women's Society and have asked the Women's Society to resubmit their application. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister of the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once the application is approved by CMHC, the application will now be supported by the N.W.T Housing Corporation, and with the missing criteria, that has to be completed first, because it is a federal program. It is not a territorial program, and I would strongly advise the Women's Society to go ahead and look at their application, revise it, because they do have a deadline, and to contact our office, reach out to us should they need us to go ahead and assist them in completing the application, as we did provide assistance before. So I would like to strongly advise that the Women's Society reach out to the Housing Corporation. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the Housing Corporation website, I found a presentation that was delivered by the Housing Corporation President called the National Housing Co-Investment Fund and N.W.T Housing Corporation. The presentation explained that the co-investment fund to stakeholders and advised that the federal government would contribute 75%, we would contribute 25%. Slide 4 of the presentation indicated that the Housing Corporation would help prepare applications. So would the Housing Corporation be prepared to help the Women's Society resubmit this application? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely. The Housing Corporation is in support of assisting the Yellowknife Women's Society to resubmit their application. I also just wanted to express that the Housing Corporation did enter into a partnership with them in December, and we did complete a women's shelter, and the Housing Corporation did contribute $750,000, and the centre was opened prior to Christmas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think what I'd like to know for my final question is, does any GNWT department have an environmental assessment of the Arnica Inn? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Cam Lake. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We haven't, to my knowledge, I haven't seen an environmental assessment, but I will follow up with my department to see if we've received anything in the time being. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Members, oral questions. Oral questions, member for Mumfway.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, along the same line as a member for Cam Lake, Arnica has been on our radar since election. September, October, we've heard it. Members around this room here have supported it going forward. So it was surprising that we're still talking about the process itself. Mr. Speaker, the territory's 25% share of capital costs spread over the project. 42 self-contained apartment amounts to less than $17,000 per unit. For the sake of people sleeping in apartment building, stairways in Yellowknife, or even worse, outside, why did the minister not jump on the chance to help provide those additional 42 transition housing units that's badly needed today? Masi.
Thank you, member from Mumfway. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to elaborate that the Arnica Inn currently was an ongoing conversation September and October, but my campaign, my riding is the Sawtooth. I was not familiar with the project at all, and I do come from a smaller community where there is homelessness issues throughout the Northwest Territories. Going forward with the Housing Corporation, we do have several initiatives to work with that. And going forward, looking at the 43 units that were available, I believe strongly that the application should have been there should have been more involvement, there should have been more communication, and with the final submission of the application, I was actually met with the Yellowknife Women's Society in December, and I advised them that I would like to see Indigenous partnership with the project. I would like to see that how is the project going to be integrated in the Northwest Territories. We are a government that does acknowledge Indigenous people. I would have really liked to see the Indigenous component. We did have a strong conversation, and once again, I advise the Yellowknife Women's Society to reach out to us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Mumfway.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, obviously, members sitting around this side don't want to lose the hope of the federal funding that's available to us, should be available to us. But if we're talking about proposals, then I'm afraid we're going to miss out on the opportunity. So, Mr. Speaker, the Yellowknife Women's Society is a highly respected, extremely well-run nonprofit agency that has been helping disadvantaged northern families for upwards of 30 years. It has extensive experience in transitional and emergency housing. If the Housing Corporation had problems or issues with the Arnica Inn project, as Minister alluded to earlier, why didn't it help Women's Society to overcome those challenges as opposed to just plain ignoring these letters and emails that are going back and forth? Mr. Speaker, Masi.
Thank you, member for Mumfway. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recognize the Women's Society has well established themselves respectfully in the Northwest Territories. And going forward, the Housing Corporation does not have any issues with the project. Like I've said, we contributed into projects with them prior to Christmas, calculating at least approximately $2 million that we've looked at the housing homelessness initiative in the Northwest Territories. And going forward, I have not seen the final application. I have not seen the business plan. It has not been shared with us, and I would strongly once again encourage the Yellowknife Women's Society to quickly reach out to us. They do have a deadline of as of March 31st or March 30th, that I believe, and responding to the emails and the letters that were sent out. Last week we were traveling, and I wanted to solely concentrate on this issue. I wanted to look at it clearly and understand it. As I said before, that the project was not expressed in my campaign. It was not expressed in the SAW2, but it is for the Yellowknife area. We do have 7 MLAs within this riding. So then, looking at it going forward, I strongly encourage the Yellowknife Women's Society, because they have a deadline, to reach out and get their application resubmitted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Mumford.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's the fear that I have right now, where we're not being proactive as GNWT, reaching out to those organizations and assessing them and submitting the proposal, so we don't raise that issue in the House here. It should have been dealt with a long time ago. And I'm more concerned about those 42 homeless people today that do not have a place to go to. And we're sitting around the table here talking about the process. This is what we need to do. What is the minister doing today that will benefit those individuals that are out there homeless, no shelter, no food? What's happening today from the department's perspective, Mr. Speaker? Masi.
Thank you, Member for Mumfui. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The application that was submitted by the Yellowknife Women's Society was submitted to the federal government. We don't see that application, so we don't know what the final ask was. When that application was put forward, I also did express to the Yellowknife Women's Society that they actually budget for renovation costs. Should they come through that they end up with a renovation that could cost millions of dollars, an environmental assessment that could cost millions of dollars. The other thing that I would like to elaborate on is the age of the building as well too. I'm not very familiar. In the letter sent from CMHC, they were concerned about the feasibility, and they did not elaborate on it. I really need to see that report, because if we put these, if we open these 43 units and the building is not feasible, what are we going to do as a government with 43 people that would end up having to evacuate that building within 6 months? Are we in a financial state to house 43 people that would end up on the street? Same scenario happened in Hay River with the high-rise burnt, and none of the people that were in the high-rise were housing clients, but we did make an effort to get modular homes into that community. So that is my concern, but right now the urgency is to get that application submitted and get it in, put it in, because if there's the missing information, I would really honestly like them to include the renovation costs, should that end up becoming a problem in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Mumfui.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, those 42 individuals that are homeless, obviously they don't want to hear about the paper trail, the process that needs to take place. They want to know what this government is doing to support them, to house them. So, Mr. Speaker, my final question is, what is the minister doing to wake the Housing Corporation up to the human emergency that homelessness represents to the Legislative Assembly, our communities, and to all the people of Northwest Territories, especially those who are homeless? Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Mumfui. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The homelessness situation in Yellowknife has been addressed. We do work with what we can within the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation. Right now, we are in the midst of our budget going forward. We have invested into the Bailey House here in Yellowknife. We have invested into the YWCA, and we have invested into the Sobering Centre. And we do have also the rent supplementary program that is also here. We have a number of programs and a number of facilities that we have invested into in Yellowknife, and we had taken the same approach. So this application going forward is nothing new to the Women's Society, that they've been through this process before, but right now that there is issues with the building, and I would strongly advise them to resubmit their application, and so we can go forward with this and try to meet their deadline. But in the time being, I would just like to just make the member aware of that we do have the number of homelessness buildings in the community, and we have addressed them. I will supply the, I will provide, the member with the list of the buildings that we do have in Yellowknife. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to just talk a little bit with my questions. In 2005, the Treasury Board of Canada Secretary released a review of governance framework for Crown Corporation. That report said that to be effective, board of directors must approach your work objectively. It also talked about the independence that helps to establish a board's credibility and supports sound governance. It also talks about best practice require that board of directors and Crown corporations function independently from management. So my question to the minister responsible for the N.W.T. Power Corporation is, does he feel that the way that the N.W.T. and Northwest Territories Power Corp is following what if federal government considers best practice, why isn't N.W.T. following what's considered best practice? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Power Corporation.
Thank you, and I thank the member for telling me exactly where this quote was from. So it was 2005, they talked about best practices and moving forward. I've read briefly on it. I can't tell you how the previous government made that decision. I can tell you what we're doing. Right now, I'm trying to make a decision based on a whole bunch of information. I've directed the board to come back with the governance model, whether we stay where it is, do we go independent, we go half and half. So right now, we're working at trying to get the answer, get this information to us as best we can, so I can make an informed decision. So right now, that's the direction I've given the board, and right now they're independent. There are 6 individuals sitting on the board. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So if they're independent, are these deputy ministers receiving any additional bonuses or honorary or monetary compensation for serving on the NTPC board as they would as an independent regular member of the territories? Or are they just getting their regular DM salaries also meant to cover these additional duties? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Power Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we are not giving them bonuses, and we're not giving them extra money. This is just part of their duties that they're being paid for, but they're doing work on weekends and evenings to do the job because they have another job that they're doing right now, and it would be no different than any other board that they would actually do weekends and evening work. So for the member, we're not giving them any bonuses, we're not giving them any extra pay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes.
Okay, well, so how does the minister say that they're independent if we had regular people on this board? They would be getting these honorariums so that they would be compensated, but we have staff. We have staff, Mr. Speaker, so can the minister please try to explain that so I can understand it? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Power Corporation.
Thank you. Right now, they're meeting as a board independent of the roles as deputy ministers. They're taking on the task of trying to govern the N.W.T. Power Corp as best they can with the information that they have. And again, right now, we're not costing us anything to pay them to, we're not paying them to do that job. So right now they're independent. Yes, they're DMs that were appointed, but they're appointed as individuals, not as DMs. And in your speaker notes, you talked about the DMs that were removed or replaced. That's we're fixing that. We're specifically talking about those people to do those positions right now, as we go and look at the governance model, we'll have an answer that may work better for everybody involved later on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the minister share with this House any progress made since 2016 on the governance options that these DMs were supposed to establish, and can you provide them to the members or table them, the documents of the governance options? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Power Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I actually met with the chair, and we've been having communications, and we're working on, a flow chart of what we're doing, and we're going to try to have that shared with committee as soon as possible. We're hoping by spring we will have this information to committee to look at so we can make an informed decision together. And so, yes, we will share that information with you. I've already, like I said, reached out to the chair and the president and asked for that information to be tabulated so we can share with committee moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. My questions, I want to once again thank the Minister of Environment and Natural Resources for the opportunity to observe the N.W.T. Nunavut Caribou meeting on the weekend. Can the Minister tell us whether there will be further meetings that include more harvesters, elders, interpreters, and presentations from communities and Nunavut organizations? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Environment and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to thank the two members from Frame Lake and Cam Lake for attending the meeting. That was greatly appreciated for them attending and listening to the concerns by the Indigenous governments and the government of Nunavut and N.W.T. To make the short answer, yes, we are going to be having a follow-up meeting. Both myself and the Premier from / Minister from Nunavut, we made a commitment to do the meeting and have it in Kugluktuk as we work on it. So again, we are working towards that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that response. There was quite a bit of discussion around the N.W.T. Tlicho government joint management proposal for wolf removal in relation to the Bathurst and Blue Nose East caribou herds at the meeting on the weekend. The proposal still cannot be found on the Wekiji Renewable Resources Board website. I'm not sure why. But can the Minister tell us who will make the determination if aerial shooting of wolves is required, and on what basis that decision will be made? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Environment and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can't tell why that information is not on somebody else's board, but we did submit it to them, so we're working with them on that. So that the Minister or the members are aware of, so we're looking at the scientific and the traditional knowledge before we make a decision. So we've looked at it, we've heard rumors, or not rumors, we've heard from traditional hunters that wolves may not be as abundant as they are right now, so that may have an impact on it. We're hoping that the traditional hunting, the harvesting will be done, and we will never have to use the aerial. But if it needs to be done, it will be the department making that final decision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. I hope it's the Minister that makes the final decision and not the department. But there was a lot of frustration at the meeting, particularly from the Dene communities that have shouldered the burden of actions to try to help with recovery of the Bathurst and Blue Nose East caribou herds. They haven't been able to harvest those herds for a number of years now. that while I generally agree with the need for predator controls, virtually nothing has been done to protect habitat and slow down resource development. So what is the minister doing to protect habitat and to ensure a more equitable and comprehensive approach to caribou protection that includes limitations or restrictions on resource development? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Environment and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Bathurst Caribou Range made 9 recommendations to manage the range of the Bathurst caribou herd. The habitat conservation is recommended in areas of importance to caribou, such as key water crossings and land corridors. ENR is supporting Indigenous governments to document these key habitats and features. We will work collaboratively to identify legislative tools to establish conservation areas. The Bathurst Caribou Range recommends managing total level of development on the range of their herd, including industrial development in communities and roads. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. It's clear to many that we cannot afford an all-weather road into the Slade Geological Province, and that it would likely be the final blow to the Bathurst caribou herd. So if our government is actually serious about caribou protection and intends to fulfill its legal obligations under the Species at Risk Act when barren ground caribou are listed as threatened, an all-weather road through the range should not proceed in the absence of successful recovery efforts. So can the minister provide any assurance that this government will actually back off the unaffordable Slade Geological Province road until there is a demonstrated recovery of the Bathurst caribou herd? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Environment and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can't talk about another minister's department, but what I can do is talk about what ENR we're doing. We are committed to protect the caribou population by making sure our decisions can consider any potential impact in caribou herds in their habitat, so we make sure we understand that and make sure we present the information to the boards and everybody else like that. We have a strong regulatory system in place that ensures all projects are reviewed before permits and approvals are granted, and the department actually does and have comment on these projects moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are also for the Minister responsible for the N.W.T. Housing Corporation. In a couple of her answers today, the Minister suggested that there may be problems with the building. I'd like her to elaborate on what she thinks those problems are. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just referencing the feasibility study that the CMHC had not recognized. I haven't seen the document, but then that was one of the reasons why the application was, I don't want to use the word denied, because they are encouraged to resubmit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you. I find it very puzzling that there's no way of sharing information between the CMHC and the N.W.T. Housing Corporation when both are anticipated investors in this project. So what can the Minister do to obtain information that has already been filed with the CMHC so that she can independently evaluate it? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware of the documents that have been filed with CMHC in regards to the federal application that was submitted, but I would like to really stress it within the session that I would need the Yellowknife Women's Society to contact us so we could go forward and we could resubmit that application. And with any other additional information in regards to the submission of the application, I would have to, in regards to the additional information, I would have to follow up with the member. Right now, I'm not aware of any documents that were sent that the Housing Corporation has received, as I have not seen the application myself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the answer from the Minister, but in my mind, the premise of a co-investment fund is that the applications are jointly reviewed and decisions are made. So I don't understand or appreciate the siloed approach between what goes to the CMHC and what goes to the Housing Corporation if both are requested to be investors in this project. So what can you do to try and work more effectively with the CMHC so that you have the same information at the same time that they have the information? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This has been the co-investment fund has been available to the Northwest Territories through the federal government process. But going forward, I would like to see both applications as well. I would like to be more involved, so I will direct my department that any co-investment applications going forward, because this is a federal financial opportunity for us to come up with, for the federal government to come up with the 75%, and then the territorial government to come up with the 25%. So this is something where we, as a Northwest Territories, be able to go forward in partnership. So my comment to the member is that I will be more involved in the applications as they come forward, and I'd be more mindful of sharing those applications, not sharing the applications, the ideas, that if we do have interest in another region and that they are looking at homelessness initiatives or constructing new units, just so I could keep the members informed of what is being constructed throughout the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the Minister for that. Minister, you're going to need to be bossy with the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation to assert your right to see the information at the same time, to have a common evaluation method so that you can explain to us and to the public how decisions are being made about that co-investment fund. It was touted as a great bonus to this territory to have the $60 million carve-out, but if it turns out that we are in the back seat here, I don't think it will be as useful as we all hope it will be in creating new housing for vulnerable populations. So my final question is, how do you think that the Housing Corporation will evaluate applications in the co-investment fund to decide whether they are worthy of the N.W.T investment? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to inform the member also that CMHC currently, we have the lady that has been working for the three territories, Nunavut, Yukon, and the Northwest Territories. She is retiring this year. Right now, this position could possibly be relocated in the south, which right now is a conversation that I am having with the federal government to try to keep this position here in the Northwest Territories, so we have access to the partnership and bringing the applications forward. So that is going to be something that we're going to be challenged with going forward. And also that evaluating the applications, I wanted just advise the member that we do assist in completing the applications with the client, but ultimately it's up to the federal government whether they deny them or not and what their criteria is and what they're looking at. We just get that after the fact of once they've reviewed the application. And right now it's the feasibility and the affordability of the unit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Hay-River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the Minister responsible for health a couple questions. And I'm going to go to something that I guess was brought up in the last Assembly, and it's to do with dialysis. In the North, it's an issue, I guess, getting that service. And in Hay River, we have a dialysis unit. and it's kind of running at half throttle. We're looking after 8 people when we can be looking after 16, and it's partly due to funding. And what I'm hoping the Minister of Health, I've got 3 questions for her, and I'm hoping that that the answers will just be one word: yes, yes, and yes. And we need something positive. We have to roll something out to the communities. So I would ask the Minister of Health if she's willing to have her department commit her department to work with the Hay River Health Authority to look at expansion of the dialysis unit. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Hay River South. Minister responsible for the Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes. Our department is committed to working with the Hay River Health Social Services Authority. And actually, I was in Hay River last week, and I was able to go and have a look at the dialysis unit. And the member is right; it is underutilized. So, thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you. That's one yes. Okay, for the second yes. Is she willing to direct her department to immediately start building a business case to make that happen? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Hay River South. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Second yes. we will commit to doing the necessary work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, that wasn't too bad. Okay, for the final one. So hopefully it'll be a yes here. And it's an easy question. Will the Minister of Health ensure that her department keeps me in the loop as well and updated on what's happening? Yes. Thank you, yes. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Hay River South. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the third yes, and the member gets what he wants. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This is easy, member for Hay River South. Oral questions, member for Trinity-Wellesley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't think I'll get the same hat trick that my previous colleague just got, but well, I'll give it a shot. So my questions are to the Minister of Environment and Natural Resources, and goes to my comments earlier on for my member statement on the TEC decision to withdraw. And I want to speak a little bit about the Transwater water agreement with Alberta, N.W.T in Alberta. And I really thought about this for the last couple of days. You know, I was really surprised at the amount of silence we had from that end of the chamber, and it concerned me because I know that if we had a large project in the territories and the water spilled the other way, or any sort of major development, and we had any sort of environmental impact going the other way into Alberta, I guarantee you the Alberta government would be saying something right now. I guarantee you some other government organizations, will come back, and there'll be some backlash to that. So it really begged the question to me. So my question to the minister is, what benefits do the N.W.T get receive as part of this N.W.T Alberta Transboundary Water Agreement? That's the Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Tunde-Wellesley. Minister responsible for Environment and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, does that answer it? Does that make everybody happy? But what benefits? We have a relationship with the Alberta government, and we're able to work with them. We have the ability to first response to these issues. So again, when the quality, quantity, or the biology is an issue, we have first get the information first. We get that information, and we're able to work with the people of the government of Alberta to make sure this is it. We've also been able to have correspondence and work together. I've already reached out to the government of Alberta and the federal minister to make sure that these transboundary agreements are in place. So we have that relationship, and that's something that we're able to deal with it. And as for the comment about other projects, that if it's going south, I can't comment on that because We don't go that. The water comes north down from Alberta. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tunde Wilde.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the response, or kind of the lack of it. There was still there was still silence and a lot of radio silence from that end of from the ENR department for this whole development. But going back to the agreement, in my research, I found out that the Indigenous governments largely have observer status, and I'm just wondering. My question to the minister is: are there any plans to have Indigenous government play more of an active role moving forward with our water agreement, boundary water agreement with Alberta? Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Tunde Wilde. Minister responsible for Environment and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Indigenous governments and organizations are involved in N.W.T.-wide community-based water quality and monitoring program, which includes 21 partners, communities across the territories. Regular engagement meetings include the annual water strategy implementation workshops with water partners across the territories, and seek input on the monitoring program and aim to build capacity for communities to take an active role in the water monitoring. Just to make it real short and simple, we engage with Indigenous governments and communities. They're part of this whole process. It's just not the department. It's actually the collective is the N.W.T. So we actually do engage with them as we make decisions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Tunde Wilde.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the response. So you mentioned a little bit about monitoring. So I guess my question is, does the department ENR have any funds earmarked for environmental monitoring as part of this transboundary water agreement?
Thank you, Member for Tunde Wilde. Minister responsible for Environment and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I may have not heard the question correctly, but I think we're talking about, do we have money that ENR helps with getting Indigenous governments involved? Yeah, we do. We have funding for participants that includes honorarium travel from the participants to engage in meetings, training sessions, and hand-on training opportunities. ENR involved community members in water monitoring programs, such as much as possible, including co-development of some programs, for example, the fish monitoring program for the Slave River. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In listening to the responses from the Minister responsible for the N.W.T. Housing Corporation regarding the Arnica project, it is clear the Minister does not understand the situation. The current agreement to purchase expires on March 31st. The CMHC turnaround time on a reapplication is 300 days, Mr. Speaker. This project cannot go forward on a reapplication. My question is, will the Minister contact the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation and ask them to change their rejection of this project?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've identified before, that we are wanting to work with the Yellowknife Women's Society. They need to contact our office. They have received a response from the Canada Mortgage Housing Corporation, I want to say 2 weeks ago, maybe a week ago, and they need to move quickly. They need to move fast. I do understand the dire need of homelessness and addressing the issue in Yellowknife. And the longer they take to submit those documents and those papers, they're going to lose out on their own initiative. But they should at least be able to resubmit that application, so CMHC can have another look at the application and reconsider their decision. And also that the concern on the application was to look at the long-term viability of the units, and also the affordable criteria. So I would really like to look at that application that they submitted. Like I said, I haven't seen it, but going forward, I would really like to encourage the Yellowknife Women's Society to act fast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is exactly the problem we run into. In the real world, real estate transactions have deadlines, and they can't fit into tight bureaucratic processes. Therefore, there is a political will for this project to happen. Will the minister responsible for the Housing Corporation contact CMHC and clarify that we support this project?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the application being submitted to CMHC, like I said, CMHC has concerns in regarding the viability, the long-term viability of the units, and also the affordable criteria. These are stressed from CMHC. I would advise the Yellowknife Women's Society to contact our office so we can work with them and go forward from there. And I'm just thinking of the faster you act, the faster we'll be able to submit these applications and going forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, we seem to force the Yellowknife Women's Society to do all of the work, and we're not in a position to help them or assist them. My question is, have we committed to providing our 25%, our $680,000, if that application is approved?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Depending on the outcome of this application, we will have to go forward, and if it is submitted and it is approved by the Housing Corporation, we would have to find money alternatively within our budget. We have not finalized our budget as of right now, today. So then going forward, we are going to end up having to cut back on some programs that are being delivered currently. So going forward, we'd have to make sure that we'd be able to find that money somewhere internally within our Housing Corporation, within our budget. But then, once again, I'd advise the Women's Society to submit their application so we have something to go forward with, and I need to see what it is that they submitted because I have not seen it today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It seems I failed to get a single yes. Once again, have we committed to providing our 25% should the CMHC change their decision and approve this? We said earlier that we support the project, but if we have not committed to providing the financial support, I don't understand how we can say we support the project. So my question is, have we committed to both CMHC and the Yellowknife Women's Society that we will provide our 25% if the CMHC brings their 75% to the table?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that the member is very eager to hear a commitment from the N.W.T. Housing Corporation, but in reality, we need to make sure that we do have that 75% from CMHC, and I need to make sure that we are able to afford the $650,000 that the Yellowknife Women's Society is requesting, and we will be able to find it, but I just need to make sure that this application is approved by the federal government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Mr. Speaker, today my questions for Madam Premier, because I want to ask about government and overall approach and governance in territorial corporations. Mr. Speaker, does the Premier agree that the territorial corporations should be run in accordance to the best practice principles in the governance of the government-owned corporations? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do agree that all organizations should be run on best practices, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Premier. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Job, that's almost a yes, Mr. Speaker. Which practice principles do you feel that are most important, and which could the N.W.T. approve upon? Thank you, Madam Premier, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that any human being that thinks that they are perfect is a fool. And I think that all of us and every organization needs to be constantly looking to improve upon us. Picking a model was difficult, so in the couple of minutes I was looking online, looking for different models of board governance. I mean, there's policy boards, there's policy governance boards, there's working boards, there's collective boards, there's a traditional model of governance, the Carver board governance model, there's the Cortex board of governance model, there's a consensus board of governance model, there's a competency-based board governance model. So, Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is there is no one model that fits all. All the research that I've been doing says you need to fit the governance structure within the operations of the organization. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, do both the Aurora College and NTPC initiatives include examination for their best practice and principles of governance to ensure that they're conforming to them? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I hope that all of our organizations and all of our departments and any of the corporations that we have are always looking to improve their services, looking to best practices. I do know that the Aurora College is moving into accreditation, which means that you will be looking at best practices all the time. My worry is that when you're not accredited yet and you're moving into it, you still have areas that you need to work on. So I think that, yes, all of us should be working constantly towards making sure that our services are providing the best they can and that we are taking advantage of best practices, which, Mr. Speaker, tend to change quite often. So therefore, we also need to keep on top of the current practices. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Premier, final supplementary. Member for N.W.T.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, has the Premier have issued a direction of discussions with Minister Simpson and Thompson, respectively, about the completion dates of transformation of Aurora College and the Polytechnic to develop of governments of options and also NTPC. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member from N.W.T. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I haven't sat down and had direct conversations with both ministers that were named to say what kind of board you're doing and those kind of things. However, I was the education before, and I know that the education does have a timeline when they will be bringing in a board of directors. Ministers are responsible for appointing their boards, Mr. Speaker, and so therefore, if they wanted a direct timeline, probably better to ask the relevant ministers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Mumphy.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I made a statement last week about Clinchon YELLOWKNIFE Season Road and the amount of contracts, the hiring. And I'd like to touch on the percentage and ask questions pertaining to that. Mr. Speaker, according to the numbers I shared in my previous statements, 36% hires. This is out of 137 workers on site up to date. Clinchon were 36% labor, 13% were northern hires, and whopping 51% non-N.W.T hires. 49% of labor force contracted to work on the Clinchon all-season road were hires, N.W.T hires, and 51% outsiders. Mr. Speaker, this should be totally opposite. We should be having more of a percentage than a southern firm. So I'd just like to know, Mr. Speaker, since this business is operating on Mufiga, the boundary, and outsiders are being given preference in hiring, what is the minister doing to prevent this from happening? Masi.
Thank you, Member for Mumphy. Minister responsible for industry, tourism and investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So it's my understanding that the Clecho government was involved with the negotiation of the numbers and the quota for the Clecho all-season road. So I cannot speak specifically to why those numbers were not as the member would like to see. However, I believe as the Cabinet and all of us together, all 19 of us together, we've made retaining our government dollars in the north and maximizing them for the benefits of all residents of the Northwest Territories is a priority that we are committed to, one that I am personally committed to. I think that the member will see that under a different direction of this cabinet, we will be seeing more of those contract dollars staying in the north and looking at more of the indirect benefits of retaining northern businesses and Indigenous businesses. I can't speak to why this one ended up the way it did. I wasn't part of that negotiation. However, I would be more than willing to discuss that with the member going forward on future contracts if he would like. Thank you.
Oral questions. Member for Mumfree.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I understand where the minister is coming from. She wasn't part of the process, but she is the minister today that can deal with this matter. There's an American firm operating at site. The money is going south. We're not benefiting from that in the Northwest Territories. The tax implication and so forth. Mr. Speaker, this is a very crucial issue that we need to deal with. We've experienced Stanton Hospital. We've experienced major projects, Deschaux Bridge and other places. We're still dealing with that in this House. 2020, Mr. Speaker. When is that going to stop? Mr. Speaker, since Minister alluded to the contract that was negotiated, the 19th Assembly government talks about being transparent and accountable. The names of the contract negotiated for Clinton All-Season Road project are blacked out on the document provided by the Minister's office to myself. The Clinton constituents would like to know who negotiated these contracts. When will the Minister demonstrate the required openness and transparency and provide a copy of the contract with the actual signatories' name on it so I can share with my constituencies? Merci.
Thank you, Member for Mumfree. Minister of ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my understanding that that specific contract has gone through the ATIP process. I do recognize that I need to get more information on why those specific signatories were blacked out. I do believe there is issues around privacy of actually having the signature of people in documents that are provided so that they can't be electronically copied. However, if it's an issue of that, then I would look into why the actual name itself was not provided. I will get that information and send it back to you. When this is going to change, I can tell you it's going to change right now. I'm a new minister. I'm changing the way my department's going to do things. It's going to take me some time. It would be very irresponsible for me to come in, start making changes before I have a better understanding of what's going on in my department. So at this moment, I'm collecting my data, I'm gathering my facts, and I can guarantee you that the member and all of the members are going to see changes in the contracting system. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Mumfree. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My questions are for the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. My question is, for every dollar we currently spend providing income assistance, how much do we spend in administration?
Good question.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The budgeted amount for the income assistance program in 2019-2020 was $32 million. That being said, that's difficult to always estimate exactly how much we'll need, so there's been overruns of about $2 or $3 million every year. So say maybe $35 million would be spent in 18-19, and of that, about $6.5 million is for income security program support. The other 27 or 28 or so goes directly to clients. Thank you. And I'd like to mention that we also have additional income security programs, such as the Seniors Home Heating Subsidy, that also provide some income security. Thank you.
Mr. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to clarify, can I clarify those numbers I just heard? We spend $6.5 million on administration, and then the remainder of the $32 million is actually direct payments to clients. Is that correct?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for EC&E.
That's correct, and that $32 million is the budgeted amount. It's likely a couple $1 million higher in actual payments. Thank you.
Mr. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So by my calculation, we're spending about 20% for every dollar we give out on administration. Can the minister clarify how many different income assistance programs there presently are?
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North, Minister of EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So there's a distinction between income security programs and income assistance programs, and I believe from earlier conversations with the member, he wants to know about the income assistance program in particular. We have one income assistance program, and that program provides financial assistance to residents to assist with their basic and enhanced needs, which include shelter, food, utilities, clothing, childcare, as well as allowances for persons with permanent disabilities or seniors. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My concern here is that we seem to be spending 20% on administration for every dollar we give out, and then we're requiring all of these people to monthly report. Does all of our income assistance programs require monthly reporting?
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North, Minister of EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we have the one program, and not all of the clients have to report monthly. If a client has an income that is steady and doesn't change month to month or year to year even, they can be put on a payroll system so that reporting can happen every 3 months, 6 months, or 12 months, depending on how stable their income is. So while most clients have to report monthly on income, a number of clients don't. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are for the Minister of Finance. As the government of the Northwest Territories works to modernize the Public Service Act, what is the process for consulting key stakeholders such as the Union of Northern Workers and the Northwest Territories Teachers Association? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Kamloops. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before any proposed legislation comes forward, obviously there needs to be a legislative proposal put together. And in the course of preparing a legislative proposal, there's a process convention that requires that an appropriate standing committee will see a copy of that legislative proposal. That's the early stages of all the development of legislation. There would certainly be not our intention to deviate from that. It would be our intention to follow that process convention so that when we are going through those early stages, that the relevant standing committee would be involved, that those, in that sense, the consultation of this House will take place. And meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, as I believe I had mentioned previously, this idea, the idea of modernizing the Public Service Act, started 2 years ago. There was detailed research done. At that time, both unions were consulted at length, and that they continue to be consulted now in terms of understanding where this idea might go. But as far as it becoming a more clear process, that has to go through the same process as every other piece of legislation. A legislative proposal has to come forward first, go to standing committee, and only then does it go to cabinet, after which a bill would be drafted. And then, of course, at that point, further consultation takes place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, has the minister been in contact with the Union of Northern Workers or the Northwest Territories Teachers Association recently, given that we are about to enter into new collective bargaining later this year? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Kamloops. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of the very first things I did when I assumed this portfolio was to ensure that the relationship between the N.W.T and the unions was renewed, was strengthened, and I am informed and that, in fact, that relationship, it has been renewed, it has been strengthened, and that communications are ongoing about all of the matters for which we have to have many communications with the union, and that continues to be, in fact, is increasingly a positive relationship. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Kamloops. Oral questions. Oral questions. Members, for tomorrow, just a reminder to all is remember to speak through the speaker. I know things are a little heated today, so I let things go, but for the future, we'll just remember that. Thank you. Oral questions. Oral questions. Written questions. Written questions. Returns to written questions. Returns to written questions. Replies to the Commissioner's address. Replies to the Commissioner's address. Tabling of documents. Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following two documents, the 2020-2021 main estimates and a follow-up letter for oral question 16-19, bracket 1, the prompt payment of northern vendors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I wish to table the following 4 documents. Follow-up letter for oral questions 12-19, bracket 2, cancer screening, care and prevention in the Beaufort Delta. A follow-up letter for oral questions 21-19, bracket 2, addiction treatment and aftercare on the land. A follow-up letter for oral questions 29-19, bracket 2, Stanton Territorial Hospital issues. And the follow-up letter for oral questions 51-19, bracket 2, Adult Day Program for Seniors in Yellowknife. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Member for Kamlook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to table a letter dated February 18th, 2020 from the Executive Director of the Yellowknife Women's Society to the Honourable Polly Chena regarding the decision against supporting the Arnica project. I also wish to table an email dated February 20th, 2020 from the Mayor of the City of Yellowknife to the Honourable Polly Chena regarding the Arnica Inn project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kamlook. Tabling of documents. Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to table a report to the Parliament by the Treasury Board of Canada Secretariat entitled Meeting the Expectations of Canadians, Review of Governance Framework for Canada's Crown Corporation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Notices of motion. Notices of motion. Motions. Motions. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. Notices of motion. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration in Committee of the Whole of Bills and Other Matters, the table document 12-19 brackets 2, 2019 to 2023 mandate of the Government of the Northwest Territories. Also, table document 17-19 brackets 2, supplementary estimates, operation expenditures number 4, 2019 to 2020. Members, by the authority given to me as Speaker by motion 1-19 brackets 2, I hereby authorize the House to sit beyond the daily hours of adjournment to consider the business before the House, with member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes in the chair.
All right, I now call Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of the committee, Mr. Norn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Committee wishes to consider table document 12-19, bracket 2, 2019 to 2023 mandate of the Government of the Northwest Territories.
All right, thank you, committee. We will take a short recess and resume with that item after. I will now call committee back to order. Committee, we have agreed to consider table document 12-19 to 2019 to 2023 mandate of the Government of the Northwest Territories, and we will return to page 15. Are there any further questions on the increased employment in small communities? No. Seeing none. Committee, we will move. Okay. All right. All right, so Madam Premier, we have agreed to begin with the general comments on the mandate. Does the Premier wish to bring witnesses into the House?
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Thank you. Would the Minister, or would Madam Premier, would you please introduce your witness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On my right is Mr. Martin Goldney. He's the Cabinet Secretariat and the Deputy Minister of Indigenous and Executive Indigenous Affairs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so we are on page 16. Make strategic infrastructure investment that connect communities, expand the economy, or reduce the cost of living. Questions? Sorry, Mr. Bonnerouche?
Is it possible to go back to page 15, the increased employment in small communities?
Yes, we can. We'll go back. So we're going to go back to 15, where we are. Sorry. Increased employment in small communities. Questions? Mr. Bonnerouche.
Merci, Madame Chair. I would like to ask about the working group. What is going to be the makeup of the working group for looking into creating employment for the small communities? Merci.
Madam Premier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what we would do with the working group is we would, of course, have interdepartmental, because that is, we all have contracts, most of us. And the other thing, of course, we'd bring in some industry partners to provide advice as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Decho?
Yes, thank you for that. Also, you develop new mentorship programs. Can you elaborate on that one also? Merci.
Madam Premier?
Yeah, mentorship program. If you can ask the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment, Minister Simpson.
Minister for Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the develop new mentorship programs to support emerging entrepreneurs or sorry, are we talking about the mentorship program or the apprentice? Oh, sorry, that's my mistake. The mentorship program is with ITI. You were right all along, Premier.
Member for, or Minister for ITA. All right. Mr. Bonnerouche, could you please repeat your question?
We're all hard of hearing. Yeah, I was asking about the mentorship programs, and I'm kind of wondering what that entails. What are they talking about when you're saying mentorship program? What would it look like and what positions? Masi.
Minister for Infrastructure, ITI, sorry.
Okay, there we go. So as you can see in the mandate, this program will be developed going forward. I believe the idea is that we look at, say, small businesses or certain types of industry where there are people accessing our ITI programs in order to provide funding to get their business going or to learn some certain aspects of the business. So we would be looking to create a program where we could partner up successful business people or successful tradespeople or whatever program it might be under, that we then can partner them to these entrepreneurs or these new emerging businesses so that they can learn from each other, or mostly learn from the mentor. So it is under development, and we would be open to feedback on what that looks like.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Decho.
Yeah, regarding that, what you're stating there is to work with qualified tradespeople, but at the same time, too, you have to remember that in our small communities, we don't have qualified tradespeople in the community. So I'm really wondering how that's going to work, or if it's even going to do any good for the small communities unless you bring in a tradesperson from outside into that program. Also looking at, it's kind of ambitious, and I'm really looking forward to this, the working group that's going to develop employment opportunities. Like we're looking at fall of 2020, 30 new jobs. Is that 30 new jobs in each community? Let's see.
Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's 30 jobs that will be new. It's not 30 in every community. Some communities like Colville Lake, I mean, you can't, having 30 new jobs there might be really difficult to achieve. There are jobs, though, that can be brought into it. I know that using, for example, the Housing Corporation, housing maintainers are jobs that should be, in my opinion, in every single community where we have a LHO. There definitely should be housing maintainers there, oil burner mechanics, electricians, etc. So we might need to bring in some journeyman people, but I think that's our obligation to be able to provide people with the skills that they need to succeed. So I don't think that would be adverse to bringing in people that are needed. And in small communities, small businesses are a viable option. For example, one of our options is opening up the housing units, housing homes, so that they can do small businesses. And people that do, for example, traditional artwork and things, they are great at doing the artwork. Are they good at doing business? In my opinion, a lot of them are underselling. So where do I sell those to? Do I sell it to the person that's coming off the plane, or do I get them into a major center and actually put them on a store shelf? Those are things that the mentorship program can assist with. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Decho.
Yeah, thank you for that. It almost sounds like the employment in the small communities would hinge upon the housing corporations, LHOs. I know right now in my community anyways, you're running 2-3 boiler systems in seniors' homes and multiple boiler systems, and technically, you're required to have an operating engineer or OBM ticket, and we don't have that in our community. We haven't had that for the last 4 or 5 years. And And we always got to rely on the outside communities, and people are not comfortable with that. And we always saw employment opportunities, apprenticeship opportunities within the N.W.T. Housing Corporation, I think since the early 80s when they were formed. and it was never ever happening. I think 1 or 2 years we've had one plumber gas fitter come out of there. I know we had 3 housing maintainers. I was one of the housing maintainers there, so, but we haven't had any specific trades within. We had a carpenter lately, so we got 2 carpenters who are out and about working somewhere else now, but I'm looking forward to those kind of opportunities for our community, especially within housing, to provide apprenticeship opportunities, and I kind of look forward to that. We'll see.
Thank you. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree that there are lots of opportunities. When I was the housing minister a couple of years ago, I believe we only had 15 apprentices. That's not okay. If we've got 33 communities, we can do better than 15 apprentices within housing. I did hear the member say that there was no qualified journeyman, but I also heard the member say that he has a housing maintainer. So we do have one person that is actually certified. We just need to convince that one person to take on journey apprentices. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Any further questions, member for Decho? Okay. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My concern with this one is that it's being led by ECE, ITI, Housing Corporation, and ENR, 4 departments, and we all know the problem with silos. Will the Madam Minister responsible for EIA, the Premier, commit to a report being filed each fall deadline here of what those 30 jobs are and in which communities?
Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, as part of the mandate commitment is that we will be doing an annual review, and so we will put those statistics in there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife. Oh, okay. Are there any further questions to the increased employment to small communities? All right. Seeing none, committee, we will move to pages 16 and 17. Make strategic infrastructure investments that connect communities, expand the economy, or reduce the cost of living. Questions? Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if the Premier can speak to the cost of doing the items found under advance the development of the Mackenzie Valley Highway, the Slave Geological Province Corridor, and the Tulston Hydro Expansion Project. Thank you.
Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I know that we're in the assessment, the research portion of that. I will transfer it over to the Minister of Infrastructure to see if she has any more information other than what we have at the moment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister responsible for, or Minister of Infrastructure.
Yes, so we are currently in the background sort of data collection study portion where we are hoping to, at the end of that, be able to produce the business cases, which would then include all of the costing, et cetera, for those projects. So I don't have that information on hand at the moment. So.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
So at this point, we're unsure of how much each of these data collection pieces are going to cost us at the end of the day.
Oh, sorry. Just wait. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Yes. I have the numbers on what's happening for the next this next period of time with the funding that we already received from the federal government and the money that we had committed as part of and we discussed that as part of the mains and the budget discussion. So we have our funding at the moment for the work we're carrying forward. I can provide you with those actual numbers if you like. I do think we have provided them in the past. I just don't have them right in front of me right now.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My concern and the reason I'm asking this is because all 3 of these projects are very expensive and projects we don't necessarily have the funding for in the length of this government. So the reason I'm asking is because I'd like to know what our investment is going to be in the study of 3 highly expensive infrastructure projects that we aren't even sure we can afford to do at this point in time. So thank you.
Madam Premier.
Thank you, and I do take note, and it's actually a really good observation and a valid observation. When we all sat down as 19 members before we were elected cabinet and the executive, we made these priorities without all of the information that we should have gotten at the time. I think all members would agree to that. So we also made a commitment as 19 members that we would review the mandate, not the ministers, the mandate. So when that process comes about, because we don't have enough money. We don't have enough money to deal with all these 3 infrastructure projects. We don't have enough money to meet all of these 19 priorities and all of these mandates. There is going to have to be a discussion coming forward about what do we actually, whether we bring down our priorities, what do we focus our efforts on, and I am hoping that all MLAs will take part in that exercise as we move forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you.
Member for Yellowknife, or sorry, Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess looking at the those major projects, like, I guess if you look at this government, of course we don't have the money to take these on our own. And we got to look beyond that though, because like Tolston Hydro, for instance, like that's close to Hay River, so I've got interest in that. There's an opportunity to partner with Aboriginal or Indigenous groups and try and do something. And I would hope that this government would reach out and take the first step to start talking about that. Because there's jobs, there's some ownership, there's Indigenous ownership, and hopefully it's federal money. Because we need federal dollars to do these projects. Otherwise, all we're going to do is go through 4 years, 3.5 years of nickel and diming small little projects. So I think it's important that we stop saying that, oh, we can't do this and we can't do that, but we can do them. We just got to find ways to do it. We got to realize that the federal government has a responsibility as well, and they got a lot deeper pockets. And some of these projects, they may not make a big dent in their pockets like it would ours. So I think that we got to be more positive. We got to actually look at these things realistically, and I just don't want us to say no, we can't do it. I see the potential for that. I see the potential for the highway down the Mackenzie. It opens it up to the people to hopefully lower cost of living. It opens up to petroleum exploration, if that ever comes back, to mining. It just does so much. But of course we're not going to do it ourselves. We need the federal government. But let's make that make that pitch to them and get after them. Like, they need something as well. They need something to showcase, just like we need something. So there's an opportunity to do that. At the end of the day, it's about jobs. It's about kind of opening up the north. And for the next 3.5 years, that's what I'm going to harp on: is the economy, business, and making it easier for northern contractors, northern businesses, northern residents to have jobs and stay here. Just like Mr. Lafferty had made comments earlier today about southern firms coming in. Well, in Hay River, we got a bridge going up. So if a southern firm comes back, they bring all their equipment. They weren't paying the contractors, so the contractor had to send them a letter and say, do you want us to, or if you're not going to pay this invoice, do you want us to send it to the N.W.T? And then an hour later, yeah, the invoices are getting processed. So those are the type of things we got to do, and that's what we're up against. But we need to support those businesses, and we got to look at, just not say we can't do it, because we can do it. We just need somebody with deeper pockets to help us. We can look after the small. We can look after creating the jobs in the communities. That's easy enough. We got housing that we got some major projects. Like, there's lots of jobs there. We've got the fish plant. We've got all kinds of things that we could be doing that'll create a lot of jobs. So I think we just got to be a little more positive. And if Diane was here, she'd probably say yes. So thank you.
Madam Premier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Hay River South?
No, there was a question, just comment.
All right, so I'll move to member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, my concern with this area is that the prior government committed millions of dollars in shared funding to these 3 projects, which I really don't believe can be developed and completed simultaneously. And so we have a lot of money tied up in these 3 projects in the startup for them in things like environmental assessment and design, where we know that all 3 projects can't go simultaneously. And we also know that the millions tied up in the startup of the 3 projects could, in some cases, be used for more urgent priorities, such as housing, for example. So my question is, what efforts can we make to agree on staging these projects and redistributing the funding, or is all of this locked in a way that we absolutely have no say over? Thank you.
Madam Premier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree that we have infrastructure needs throughout, like housing, like education, like schools, etc., health centres, etc., right across the board. We constantly go down to the federal government and explain, and I hate to use the term, but I call ourselves the poor cousin. We have a huge gap before we could actually be at the same place as Southern Canada. So I'm not only looking at the federal government for that, I've been talking to our other jurisdictions, premiers across Canada, to address that as well. When we met with the premiers, our first meeting, they gave us out of 4 priorities, 1 priority is just for the 3 territories, and that'll be addressing the Arctic and Northern Framework. Within that, which have all of the issues, social issues, housing issues, etc. It goes across the gamut. But we're going to keep doing that. I also want to recognize that although we may not be able to do all 3 projects as one, I would be a little bit hesitant at this time to do the 3 because we have a minority government. And at this point, if the minority government stays in, they'll be picking depending on theirs. Right now, climate change is huge with the Liberal government, so Tolson is probably a favourable one. If the minority government gets tossed out in this term, next couple of years, the next government might not be as big on climate change, and they might want the slave geological road. So I think that we have to, if we've gotten federal money to do the assessments, the environmental assessments, I think we should be lining up all 3 and ready to put on the table. But I also think that we will have to make, when we come to the time when we look at our priorities again, that might be sooner than later, we do have to look at what is reasonable for the governments of the Northwest Territories to be able to move forward. All 3 projects are viable. All 3 projects will bring employment to the Northwest Territories and business opportunities. But I think that for us to put it forward would not be the best way. It's better for us to have all 3 business plans and say you pick whatever government's in power of the day. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, with all due respect to the Premier, I don't agree that we should continue to invest millions in advancing these projects without seeing any business cases for any of them. These are, even at 25%, these are substantial amounts of money that are coming out of the N.W.T, and they are speculative spending. There is no guaranteed return on this investment at this point, or in the life of this government, or even in this decade. And the thing about doing all this preparatory work is that in some cases it'll need to be redone. So for example, early in my time in the N.W.T, I covered the Mackenzie Gas Project hearings. And even though the Mackenzie Gas Project had been proposed in the 70s, everything that was produced in the 2000s they started from scratch. So the idea of putting out the money for projects that won't be advanced in a reasonable amount of time when we have other competing priorities is something that I'm really struggling with. So my specific question to you is, when will we see business cases for all of these projects so that we can have a reasonable discussion about priorities? Thank you.
Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you can get the Minister of ITI to answer that question.
Minister for ITI.
I think one thing that we do need to keep in mind, while maybe the 25% that we are putting forward is very dear, or definitely we have things we could be spending our money on, we do need to remember that that has leveraged us a 75% amount of funding from the federal government that can only be used towards these types of projects. So while we are spending money that potentially we could use elsewhere, we are actually bringing in larger amounts of dollar into our territory, which is a contribution to our economy that we wouldn't have otherwise. Oftentimes in hard economic times, it's a known government thing to build infrastructure. It's a way to continue moving people forward and keeping them employed. So while I recognize that that's a concern, that our funds are very limited, I would argue that the amount of money that the 25% is bringing in and leveraging is really, really good for our economy, and we need it to keep contractors in business as we move forward. I can't tell you when the business plans will be completed. A lot of that is going to be part of and dependent on results. I would also say that the difference in technology and advancements in assessment type work between 1970s and 2000s was quite a significant amount of a technological increase in society. Therefore, yeah, of course that would have to then be redone. However, I would probably look to see that I don't think we would be doing the same amount of rework should these projects not advance. I would also like to argue that I don't think that these are exclusive of each other, and all three could be advanced. It's just going to be a matter of staging our projects in a manner that we can move forward sustainably, where we're not putting ourselves into a huge amount of debt to complete the projects. I agree with what the Premier says, that it is going to somewhat come down to the whim of the federal government. We are at their whim. I also have no problems with going and saying and pleading the case of, you need to pay for more than 75% of this. We have a serious deficit in infrastructure, and I'm going to do my damnedest to ensure that we lobby as hard as we can with the federal government to pay for more of it, because this is not just, oh, this would be nice to have. This is a massive deficit to our basic infrastructure needs that none of the other provinces are dealing with, and I feel like that's a case we really need to make strongly to the federal government, and I have no qualms with doing so. So, sorry, it's probably not the answer that you want, but...
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, the answer still doesn't address the speculative nature of spending 25% on a project that doesn't have a business case. If you went to a bank and you wanted to start a business and you said, could you give me 25%? And I'll get the business case to you when I get it done. I can tell you from having written business cases, that wouldn't happen. There would be no money without a business case. So this to me is a really key piece of information that we need as soon as possible. It's just not feasible to keep dishing millions out the door on projects that may not be feasible. So I want to reiterate that. And then my last question in this segment is about the 25% spending. What kind of guarantee do we have as Northerners that the 25% is going to be spent in the North? I mean, environmental assessment firms are mostly not staffed by Northerners and not based in the North. So how can we have an assurance that the 25% that is being spent will be spent by people who live and work here over the long term? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I wanted to go back to the 25%, 25 cent dollars. Absolutely right. I'm not happy paying 25 cent dollars either. We are doing just in the middle of finalizing a federal engagement strategy. Like the Minister has stated, we will be going down there and asking for 100% dollars. 25 cent or 75 cent dollars is no longer good enough for where we are in our economy and our financial statement. So we all will be pushing that. The other thing is we can't really say, you can't expect the minister to be held accountable for projects that have already been contracted out from the last assembly. What I can say for this assembly is we have made it a priority for jobs for northern contractors and or contracts to northern contractors and jobs for northern residents. However, there will be occasions when there is specialty work that we can't get in the Northwest Territories, and if that's the case, then we will have to go out of the territory for specialty work. But we will be trying as hard as we can to actually employ our people, our residents of the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. I'm going to move on to member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I concur with everything that my colleague from Yellowknife Centre has said, because I was in the last assembly, and I disagreed with this priority when we were talking about it, and I've made no bones whatsoever about that, and I continue to think that it's very misleading to the public to say that we're going to continue to work on these three. We cannot afford them all at the same time. So, you know, the Premier said that, and the Minister said we don't have any cost figures for these. Well, I went on after the Minister of Finance said that in a supplementary appropriation, I was asking what's the cost of Slave Geological Province Road. She didn't know. So I went on the ITI website, lo and behold, March 2019, there's an economic study done of the Slave Geological Province Road. The cost, as provided by ITI, $1 billion. $1 billion. And when you look at some of the other interesting information in the study, at no time in that project is there going to be, most of the jobs are going to go to the south. Even during the engineering planning phase, 66% of the jobs, that's the assumption, are going to go south. Even if you get this through and there's mines that produced, 50% of the jobs are going to go south. That's what happens now with the diamond mines. Nothing's going to change. These jobs are not going to stay here in the north. We don't have the labor force to build this or operate it and even do the mining and fully benefit from this. So I don't understand why we're leading people on and saying that we're going to get this work done. We don't have the fiscal capacity. So, but my question for the Premier is, I want to make sure that the kind of analysis that this government is going to do is going to include alternative economic development scenarios. For the cost of the Slave Geological Province Road, we could get all of our housing out of core need. That's $500 million. That's what the study from the last assembly said, $500 million to get all of our housing out of core need. Plus, we could get 20 years of universal child care. It's a no-brainer for me which one I'm going to pick. I want to get our housing out of core need, and I want 20 years of universal child care for $1 billion. That's my priority. So, but is our government going to do the macroeconomic analysis and compare different kinds of scenarios for the number of jobs that are going to be created, whether the jobs stay here, what the economic spin-offs are going to be? That's the kind of information I want. I don't want just business cases for these three projects, because I think they're quite unaffordable and the benefits are not going to stay here. So my question again to the premiers, are we going to see economic analysis of other kinds of investments that we can and should be making as a government? Thanks.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the business cases that are being done for these three projects will give us a financial analysis of what we're looking at moving forward. Like I said, Madam Chair, the 19 priorities, this is one of 19 priorities. If I had my say on those 19 priorities, I was pretty adamant I didn't want to see more than 6. If the members around the table would like to go back to that exercise, I would be more than willing to relook at that. If the members around this table wanted me to pick 6 that I think we should be doing, I'd be more than willing to do that. But as it stands, 19 members picked 19 priorities and directed Cabinet to figure out how to address these 19 priorities, and we're doing the best we can with the limited resources that we have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Whether there's 19 or 22 is irrelevant, and I've made it clear that I didn't support some of them right from the very beginning, and you know that from the discussions we had internally about these. I disagreed with this one in particular, because I just don't think we can afford it. But the Premier didn't answer my question. I want to know whether there's going to be economic analysis done on other ways of investing the equivalent amount of money it would cost to build these projects to invest in housing or childcare, universal childcare. What kind of benefits would accrue to the North if we made those kinds of investments rather than these big infrastructure projects where most of the jobs are not even going to stay here? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this point, I am not willing to take on any extra work doing a financial analysis of cost benefits for other economic areas. We do have some information. I do believe that there was a report done by the Housing Corporation that has a amount, I believe, on to be able to get everyone out of core need. I think that's a document that we have already. I can ask that that be produced or be presented again to committee. But at this point, like I said, Madam Chair, we don't have a lot of money. We've admitted that. The members all know that. Our fiscal capacity is, we're at the wall. We have departments that have been underfunded for many, many years. If we were to take this back, I would say let's just fund what we're doing currently now properly, in fact. So we're taking huge leaps, and for us to commit to any more, I'm very hesitant, Madam Chair. We have 22 priorities that we need to get addressed. We have a whole booklet of mandate items, plus we have our normal day-to-day business that we're already done. At some point, we're going to break the capacity of the N.W.T. So I'm mindful of what we got on our table, and I'd like to finish up what we have first before we take any more servings on our table. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. This is not the first time I've raised this issue. I've continually raised this issue, whether it was during the development of the priorities and in the previous assembly as well, that if you want to have evidence-based decision-making, and that's what this Premier's always said that she's about, and she's even shaking her head, yes, you need to know whether you're getting value for money. Even the Minister of Finance today, a big part of her speech was about value for money. I want to make sure that if we're going to make investments in these big infrastructure projects, that they'll actually create more jobs for Northerners, more spin-offs than investment in the social sector, things like universal childcare, housing. But the Premier doesn't want to have that kind of financial analysis done. That's very disappointing. So I don't know, can the Minister agree that we should be making evidence-based decision-making and look at whether these other opportunities for investment will actually create more jobs for Northerners? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, I do believe in best practices, and I also believe in capacity and what we're able to do. And right now at this point, I think that our capacity is at the height we can handle. We do have a report already on core housing need that we can produce. Universal childcare, I'm going to push back a little bit, Madam Chair, and say that that is something that is relevant more so towards the capital and also some of our larger regional centres, but it certainly is not an issue that community, for example, our smallest communities, Colville Lake, Lutz might put on their priority list. So again, does it make sense for us to do a financial analysis on 22 different priorities to decide when some of them aren't even relevant to all of the communities and all of the residents of the Northwest Territories? So if we're going to go backwards in there, I'm willing to go backwards. I'm willing to sit with committee. I'm willing to look at these priorities again and take some of them off. And if we take some of them off, I would have no problem doing a financial analysis. But doing a financial analysis for every single one of them, Madam Chair, that could take 4 years. I don't think we have 4 years to do that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and I appreciate what the Premier said. I'm not suggesting that the universal childcare feasibility study be redone. I'm not suggesting that the housing core needs study be redone. What I'm suggesting is that you use the existing people in the Department of Finance that are supposed to be doing macroeconomic analysis to do comparison, sensitivity analysis amongst different kinds of scenarios of investing money so that we are going to get value for money. That's all I'm suggesting. Thanks, Madam Chair. And if we don't get it, you know that I'm going to come back and ask again and again and again for that. So that's why I'm here. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I have no doubt the member will be back asking again and again and again. I respect him for doing that. We also have a childcare analysis as well. I can provide that as well. If I remember right, the cost figure per annual would be $25 to $40 million per year for universal childcare, and that does not address every single community. The smaller communities, again, they might have 1 or 2 people working, might not even need childcare. So universal childcare is a very elite terminology when we have communities that don't even see it as their priority. Something else might be. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was glad to hear the Premier say that she's going to be looking for 100% of funding for some of these potential larger projects. And what I'd ask, the question I'd have for the Premier is, with a business case for each of those, how far along, or are we even started, and how long would it take this government to come up with those business cases? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I can get the Minister for ITI to answer that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister for ITI.
I apologize. Could the member repeat his question?
Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to the business cases for the 3 major projects, where are we with them, and how long would it take to complete each of them? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister for ITI.
As I said before, I can't tell you when the business cases will be completed. I do believe in the mandate there isn't a timeline established at this point, but that's going to be dependent on what we get. I did just want to point out about some of the value. A 2018 historic value of production report is estimated from the mines within the around the Slave Geologic Province at $45 billion. So I would argue that that's the production. That would be, I guess, the mineral resource potential of that region. So, you know, I think that there's a clear case for why these should go forward. But I will commit with going back to the department and asking for a better, tighter timeline on the business plans and providing that back to the committee.
Thank you, Minister for Infrastructure ITI. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the one item that is in here, though, is the business case for the Tolson project will be completed by spring 2020. The other ones aren't in here yet, but that one will be completed as per our schedule. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Yellowknife, Hay River South, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know those dates were in there. They were thrown in there or put in there. I'm just wondering how those dates were derived. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we asked the departments to provide the mandate actions and then the dates, deliverable dates, and the measurable outcomes. In fairness, the departments were a bit conservative in their dates because nobody wants to be set up to fail. Then we brought this mandate document into Standing Committee as a draft, and Standing Committee said, be bold. And so we went back to the departments and we told them to be bolder because again, I don't want to set up the departments to fail either. So these, they looked at a little bit more objective a lens, and they put timelines that they felt that would be reasonable, that they could be expected to have them delivered in. So it's not the wish list that says I will solve world peace in a month, and it's not the reality that says I will solve world peace in 5,000 years. It's a balance that says this is what realistically we think we can do. So that's where the timelines came from. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one more question, and that is, right now we need to make sure that the money we are spending is spent in the north. The contracts that we're giving out have to go to Northerners. Is the government willing to commit to looking at negotiated contracts in the interim to make this happen? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, there is a negotiated policy within our within the GNWT. However, we also need to make sure that we are abiding by the policy. For example, the negotiated contracts to help Indigenous governments to get their feet on the ground. I think it's 5 years that we'll support them in that. At some point, though, it has to be open to competition. It's not good to always have negotiated contracts and then there's no market for any other business. You'll shut down every other business. So there's a fine balance to starting up, and we usually use them for Indigenous governments. Yes, we will use the negotiated contracts to help governments build their capacity, but we also need to take care of the private market as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Hay River South.
Thanks for that answer. I guess the problem I have is that the way the economy is right now, what's happening is we're getting an influx of southern business coming in and taking work away. So we've got to do something different in the interim, and if we have companies in the north that are willing to partner up with Indigenous groups to do, whether it's highway work or whether it's building or whatever, I think we should seriously look at that, because then that way we know that the work will be staying in the north. So I guess I'm looking for a commitment from the government to seriously look at that. Otherwise, we're going to end up losing it to the Southerners, and we're going to lose our contractors anyway. So I'm hoping that the Premier and the Minister of ITI could commit to seriously looking and at negotiated contracts if it's between the government and a joint venture between whether it's an Indigenous group and a contractor who may not be Indigenous or could be as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Madam Premier.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. Absolutely. We do want to work with Indigenous governments whenever possible. It's a win-win. I say that every time I meet with the Indigenous governments. If we can get them more sustainable, they will actually give jobs to their people. That means savings on public housing, savings on income support, and that's the way I'm looking at our relationship with Indigenous governments, not as a handout, not as a favor. It's we will work better when we work together. So we have, like I said, we are committed. I have no problem with doing negotiated contracts with Indigenous governments. And as for partners, I mean, there's no way that the Tolson's going to be built without those partnerships. We have Indigenous governments that are knocking on my door. I don't have to knock on their doors. They've been knocking since I took over. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll take that as a yes, and thank you.
All right. Okay, so are there any further questions on make strategic infrastructure investments that connect communities, expand the economy, or reduce the cost of living? All right. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm not going back to the big toys for big boys. I'm going to go on to the broadband part of the table. I see that one of the items here is to complete the Inuvik to Tuck fiber line. That's great. But what about linking the communities that the fiber link line already passes by to it, and providing distribution systems in the communities that it already goes by? Why is that not part of the work that should be done here? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Some of the difficulty with this is actually it's that the putting the broadband that isn't a N.W.T project on its own. In fact, we don't have the capacity to do that. We need the federal government at the table, but we also need private enterprise at the table. So the Inuvik to Tuck it's on the books already. The other ones might not be, and so it's a matter of developing those partnerships and those relationships with our internet provider as well. So it would be inappropriate to put actions in a mandate when we don't have firm commitments on things that are outside our control. This mandate should be based on what we know or what is in our control. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I guess I'll be pretty blunt here. This is another example of a P3 gone wild, where the promise was made when the Mackenzie Valley Fiber Link was built as a P3 that this was going to speed up access for all our communities along the link, and all the communities down the Mackenzie Valley would have access to high-speed internet. It hasn't happened. And I don't care. I guess the Premier saying that this is really a private sector responsibility, then it was a poorly designed P3 that only developed a fiber link that goes by communities and doesn't connect them. See the Premier shaking her head. She actually agrees with me. That's great. But so what are we going to do to make sure that when a fiber link line is completed to Tuck, they don't have a distribution system, and that they're not going to get, what are the benefits to Tuck if there's no distribution system at the end of the fiber link? So is there a plan to have a distribution system in Tuck? And then what about the other communities? I'm not pitting communities against communities, but if we're going to make a promise that we're going to, build broadband networks and improve speeds and all of this kind of thing, you can't just build the line and not have a distribution system in the communities. So how are we going to, what have we learned from the first time around with this so that we don't repeat the mistake again and leave Tuck stranded at the end of the fiber link? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no problem admitting my weaknesses. I think I've done as much as I can talking about internet services for somebody who doesn't even watch TV. So in that case, I will turn it over to someone who might know more, the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the installation of the fiber line alongside areas where there's already, for example, the N.W.T highway, where there's a highway that you can utilize at the same time, bringing the fiber into the community makes it easier and makes it more possible for independent service providers to come in and provide that link into homes. That said, what it's doing for the communities is allowing opportunities to bring the fiber into schools, to bring the fiber into health centers, to bring the fiber into the N.W.T offices. So, for example, the GSO offices. So, while it's not a perfect solution to providing it into the homes, it certainly is providing better services in those communities. And that said, the N.W.T is actively working with the Northwest Tel to support their application through CRTC for an opportunity to leverage some more funding from the federal government, which to actually then turn around and have those fibers and to improve connectivity into houses. Is it a perfect solution where I can promise, sort of milk and bread in every home, the equivalent in a fiber line? I can't. But at the same time, there is active work happening right now so that the fiber lines are going into the communities that wouldn't have had them at all, and then there would be absolutely no chance of any private service provider putting the line down all the way between Inuvik and Tuck. And I think at this point the intention is to continue to do that, to take opportunities where they're available on road systems or otherwise, and to get the fiber as close as we can, or to work with those service providers, whether it's on fiber or whether it's on low orbit satellites, to make sure that we are achieving the goal of having all communities on a certain base level of internet connectivity.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I've been asking for this plan for a number of years. I asked for it in the last Assembly. I'll be asking again for it. Where is the plan to have distribution systems in all our communities for the fiber link, whether it's the ones that are already passed by now or Tuck if we're going to build it to Tuck? So that's a heads up notice. I'll keep asking about this. Look, I want this built to Tuck, but I don't want the community to be stranded at the end of the day. So I have questions about the next one about modernizing N.W.T airport infrastructure. And I'm wondering whether Yellowknife is on this list. Doesn't appear to be in any way. So what about extending the runway in Yellowknife so that we could have direct charters from Europe or Asia as Whitehorse enjoys? Where is that in the priorities or the action items here? Because it doesn't seem to be listed anywhere. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake. Madam Premier.
Do you want to try? Okay. Madam Chair, if you can ask the Minister for Infrastructure or ITI.
Thank you. Minister for Infrastructure.
I can get back to you with the details. However, it is my understanding is we can land significant size airplanes on the Yellowknife runways, so I would have to get back to you on that. But however, the Yellowknife Airport has a master plan. Oh, sorry, I'll have to get back to the member. Being reminded of my protocols. There is a Yellowknife Airport master plan, and if you'll just bear with me to let me find the correct page here, I can give you some details on that. But there is going to be, the Yellowknife Airport is being looked at. Oh God, where did I lose it here? Is being looked at for its own capacity and its own merits outside of the remainder of our airports. So there is going to be changes coming there to better expand for like tourism opportunities. Again, I'm just trying to, I've literally lost the sight of it here. I think my infrastructure binder is the biggest thing ever. Sorry, one sec here. And not very well organized. Okay, so the airport master plan work is ongoing, and it will be completed in early 2020. So they're doing related background technical studies right now, as well as market and economic analysis studies, which have been completed and are being reviewed. So the draft airport plan will be shared with members for their input and comment once it is completed in the spring of 2020. So I imagine that as the tourism people move forward with our tourism strategies, that they are very much interested in discussing or being involved with the airport plan so that it can accommodate any future endeavors we'd like to take in tourism.
Thank you, Minister for Infrastructure. All right, so I just want to remind the members to just direct your conversation through me, just so we can get the the microphones, so I can, and if you can say thank you when you're at the end, just so that way I know you're done and I can redirect. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in regards to the fiber optic line. It seems to me that I'm just going to rant here because it's not for you, Madam Premier, but it's just like a vacuum cleaner here. Everything comes here, then whatever falls off the table, small communities will get it. That's the way everything pretty much works here, by the sounds of it. Fiber optic will bring so much for the school, health center, cell service. Maybe Northwest Tel will give cell service for the Tuck Inuvik Highway. Maybe they'll get an ambulance that we're not there's no ambulance, so if somebody gets hurt in the highway, you're 100 and some kilometers out, no one's going to come. Somebody will pick you up with a pickup. There's so many issues that we do have in our small communities with that, but we make do with what we got with government downloading, and that's what it comes to. Our community governments are so stretched right now that when they're providing services, that the dollar is stretched, that for busing, for youth, for lunches, everything. Communities are left behind here. I'm sick of it, Madam Chair. You always say 33 communities, 33 communities. Start acting like 33 communities and not just one. One are the bigger centers. You have to take care of everybody. Federal government gives us $29,500 per person per year. Maybe I think it's up to $34,000 a year now. Provide service for them. You're not providing service for my people that I represent in the community. You're not. I got houses that when the wind blows, the wind goes right through the damn house, Madam Chair. I got stuff that mold, I got people being sick, I got health issues, concerns for the people that I represent that were an afterthought. That's the way it feels. I have all the respect in the world for my colleague. Something like this small, probably 400,000 or 500,000, where it's a drop in a bucket that they're going to question. But then we could find $4.5–5 million for the Stanton Territorial Hospital. I know it's a hospital, but they find money for the bigger projects in Yellowknife, not for the communities. Communities are suffering. People are hungry. Get jobs. We need jobs. Please and thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Nunavut. Would the Premier like to respond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the comments, and I agree. Especially as Cabinet, we have a responsibility to 33 communities, not one, not our own ridings. I've said that to all of my ministers. Every one of them knows that we have 33 communities, and I've always said if we support the smaller communities, the bigger communities benefit from it. So I hope that the member won't take that for all members in this House. I don't believe that even the bigger members from the bigger ridings would agree that they don't think about the smaller communities. But I take the point that we all need to think about them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for... Okay. All right, so are there any further questions to make strategic infrastructure investments that connect communities, expand the economy, or reduce the cost of living? Seeing none, committee will move on to page 19. Oh. All right, member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to talk about the modernization of the N.W.T. airport infrastructure. I guess I'm concerned, and if MLA Marcellus was here, she'd probably be speaking on this as well. But I guess the airport in Smith was narrowed. And my concern is that if we're going to do it to one, we may do it to, they may pick on Hay River, or they may pick on somebody else. And to me, what we're trying to do is make the north more accessible. And I guess I've lived here for so long, I see where we take stuff away, and once we do that, we never get it back. And that scares me. So I think when we look at these type of things, and it wasn't us that did it. It was, you know, the past group. So, but we can change that. So I think that when we're making decisions, we got to kind of look forward as well. And airports are important. Like the cost of flying out of you know, any community except for Yellowknife is pretty expensive. And I think, or what I would ask this government to do, I guess, is to really consider when looking at airports or downsizing or trying to do any of that. Look at the bigger picture and look forward, because it's important. And even with Fort Smith, like at the end of the day, we just narrowed that thing. It probably wouldn't be too much to widen it again, but and that should be a consideration. So I'm just asking the government to, and it's not just with the airports, it's with everything else. And it looks like the Minister of ITI would like to comment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister for ITI.
So technically infrastructure, but I would like to clarify that nothing has been taken away from the runway in Fort Smith, and the functionality of the airport is exactly as it was prior to the narrowing. Cell phones used to be this big, now they're this big. Getting smaller does not mean that anything has been reduced in functionality. Should anybody feel that the Fort Smith Airport is not performing as it needs to, including being able to land 737s, I would encourage them to have the airlines raise that safety concern through the safety protocols under Transport Canada. Not to, I apologize, I'm just, I don't mean to belabor that point. However, there has been nothing taken away from the Fort Smith Airport from terms of functionality. It purely was a physical narrowing that then allowed us to access funding for resurfacing. I completely agree with the member. One of the reasons that I ran for this position was to be more proactive in the government and looking at things down the line, which we need to balance with, do we have the money to do that? And I get that there is always going to be the balance we have to play of how much money do we have for a project and how much can we build in the capacity for expected growth. So I can say yes to the member that I do commit to trying to be more forward-thinking with any projects that come under my departments and ensuring that we look to the future and not just what do we need right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The functionality, I guess, of the airport, say, we'll use Fort Smith, is still there. But I disagree with the minister and say nothing was taken away. There was something taken away. There was a section on both sides taken away. It was narrowed. And so, and I'm glad that she is saying that she will look to be some more forward thinking and, you know, and some thought put into any decisions made with respect to whether it's runways or anything else we're looking at. So just a comment, thank you.
Thank you, Member for Hay River. As it was just a comment, I'm going to ask if there are any further questions to make strategic infrastructure investments that connect communities and expand the economy or reduce the cost of living. Seeing there are none, we will move on to page 19. And I'm just going to, due to the agreement that we made the last sitting for the mandate, I just want to, I'm going to limit to one round of questions per, so get your questions in order, and you got 10 minutes for one round per priority. Increase, so we're moving to page 19. Increase economic diversification by supporting growth and non-extractive sectors and setting regional diversification targets. Questions? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to speak to the prior mandate commitment here, encourage entrepreneurship by reducing red tape and regulatory burdens on small business. I'm very happy to see that we kind of snuck this in under this one. I believe every ITI minister for the last few years has committed to doing this, and there's actually a measurement for red tape. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business provides a red tape report card. The Northwest Territories has received an F on that report card every single year, and then the 2021 came out and we weren't even on it, so they just seemed to remove us from the report card. We were doing so bad. I believe what's happened is the N.W.T, we love passing regulations and we keep expanding and we give no thought to implementation or whether we have the resources to enforce them. And consistently, I'm having constituent issues of people who are just ignoring the law because the process is so burdensome and there's not people on the other side to help them guide it through that. So my question is here, when we're committed to reducing red tape, the first step to meaningfully eliminate red tape is to measure it. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business, step 1, asks that a government measure the total amount of regulations, measures what the processes look like. Are we committed to public measurement of red tape? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Being careful what we're promising. So I think what we need to do is the policies or the legislation that's on the plate, for example, the business incentive policy, the northern manufacturing policy, absolutely we should be doing that analysis. I've never heard of this, but I wrote it down, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. I'm going to be looking at it myself. But to do right across the whole board, I don't think that would be realistic at this point. But we can commit to doing it for the ones that we are looking at changing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you. I went on a bit of a rant there and started speaking very passionately. I'm very passionate about cutting red tape in this government. I would just like a commitment from the Premier to ask her department or who's ever responsible ultimately for this department, I believe it's ITI and Finance, to look at the qualifications set out by the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses and see if maybe we can improve our F that we get every year. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what I will commit to is that I have given direction to the Minister of Finance and the Minister of ITI to check the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses to look at a measurement. That saves me doing it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Premier, member for Yellowknife North. Okay. South. Oh, member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess when I look at this, the first point there of working with community governments to identify and advance economic opportunities, like there's an area there in how we will do it. Like there's job creation, like right there, and that's job creation probably without. You don't need trades, and you probably don't really need an education. It's basically for anybody, and I think that's an area that this government has to really grasp and run with right off the bat here. We can't wait. With respect to the agricultural side, I talked to people this last weekend in Hay River, and they would like to do something, but they can't. They don't have any access to land. They got good ideas. They're trying to do stuff. They're stymied by the bureaucracy, and we have to change that. We have to give direction to the bureaucrats in the regions that they have to be positive. They got to be willing to say yes more than they say no. And if we don't do that, we're not going to get anywhere. But when I look at this, I look at agriculture, I look at the fisheries, I look at forestry, all areas around that would positively impact the South Slave. So I'm wondering, and I'd ask the Premier, like what is this government going to do to push this forward as quickly as possible? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Hay River South. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So some of the Indigenous governments have already they're already on this, they're already doing their work. So it's a matter of bringing them all together and making sure that every single region has an economic plan, because some Indigenous governments have more capacity than other Indigenous governments to be able to do this work. So we need to make sure that we're there to support them. How soon it gets done? We've been already talking to the Indigenous governments. I think I've had, like I said, I phoned all of the ones that are in the Intergovernmental Council already. I've met 4 or 5 with bilaterals with ministers. So we're already putting this on the table and stating that it's going to happen, that we want to support them with it. Another thing that we've talked about doing is, because we have to be careful. What I did realize since I've been elected is that Indigenous governments are getting to become over capacity, or they don't have enough capacity as it is as well. So, and when I look at it, I gave direction to all of my ministers to engage stakeholders as much as possible. So now we're going to engage them on our education, on our healthcare, on our housing projects, on our lands project, on our justice services. At some point, do they have the capacity? So we've been talking not only about the regional economic plans, but capacity building, and do we have a week-long forum that we actually address these issues? So we're trying to be as proactive as possible to address all the issues, but also support the Indigenous government so that they can actually do the work that we all need to do together. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess it's not just Indigenous governments, but it's others as well that are already doing work on the ground, and they need whether it's support or from this government, from the bureaucracy, and they're just not getting it. They get stymied, and a lot of times it comes down to personalities, and we can't operate like that. We got to operate fairly. Like, this government has to be fair. If there's rules and procedures and there's legislation, let's follow it. If it's wrong, let's change it. But we have to be fair with everybody. We can't be, well, I don't like you or whatever, or I don't like what you're doing. Here's my pet project. Like, I've seen that happen over the years, and it's got to change at some point, and I'm hoping this government is where it's going to change. And, if we have to change people out, I've got no problem with that as well. We've done it already, and just keep on going. So I guess at the end of the day, it's, I don't want to have more meetings. What I would like to see is, like for the Hay River region, for instance, or South Slave, I'd like to see the ITI minister come to Hay River and take her around and talk to each of the, the businesses there. Agricultural, fishery, and I know she committed to it. And I know she'll do it, and hopefully she can commit right now before she figures out what I said. Thank you.
Madam Premier.
Thank you. I believe that the member wanted the Minister of ITI to go into Hay River and meet with businesses and things, so I'm going to say that she will do that. The other thing is, I do agree that they need to be fair. I agree that government employees are public servants. Our job is to serve the public. However, you're absolutely right, it's about personalities. So we offer all kinds of cultural awareness about, customer service, all kinds of training. The reality is that some people are kinder than other people, and wisely, they don't give me the direction to be able to fire every single person in the government to the Northwest Territories, or we'd all be starting again. But I agree. We are public servants. Our job is to serve the public, and so I am asking every government employee who's listening to this, please, your job is to provide proper service to people. Don't forget that as you enter your workday. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to touch on tourism as well. This last weekend, I had the opportunity to go down and take a look at a facility in Hay River, and there's a couple of them there that, and it's interesting because I go down there and I know housing had got rid of these houses, which they, quite a few of them there in an area called Disneyland, because the houses were unfit for habitation. Well, they're all down there by the lake now as little chalets and cleaned up and beautiful and getting rented out for whatever. And there's really an opportunity for tourism in Hay River. But again, they're having trouble with bureaucracy. you know, they need our help. They need some funding, which we have. And what I'm finding is that we have now the communities encroaching on ITI funding, and that shouldn't be. If the communities want funding, go to MACA. ITI should be for businesses, and that's it in the N.W.T. So I think that we got to be really careful that we don't start funding, you know, community governments when we should be funding businesses and providing them that support, because they're the ones out there. You know, we don't want the communities competing against business, and that's happening. So what I would ask, I guess, is for a commitment that the Department of ITI take a look at the funding and make sure that there's something there that it does not go to community governments, it goes to businesses only. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Hay River South. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since the question was directed to the Minister of ITI, then I'll ask the Minister of ITI to answer the question. Thank you.
Minister for ITI.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. This is the first I've heard that, so I will definitely commit to looking into that. And I just also wanted to let you know that the department has just asked me to come to Hay River on the 23rd of March. So it looks like somebody was listening to the member somewhere, and it sounds like a trip to Hay River is being planned sooner rather than later.
Minister, member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess, again, a question there, or a comment, I guess, to the Minister of ITI is that I think it's important that when she does come to Hay River, that she meets, you know, one-on-one with the businesses. We don't need bureaucracy there, except for me. But, you know, and that's what I would ask, so that there's a frank discussion, and you hear, you know, what they're saying, because you got to hear both sides at the end of the day, and that's all I ask. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Hay River South. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Minister has committed to absolutely that she would listen to the business people, and she's fine without the MLA there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. So I do have 2 more members for the, but I'm going to call a short recess right now as supper is here, and then we'll resume. Okay?